Good morning. I'll call this hearing to order. My name's Trevor Robinson. I'm the chair of this Stream 5 hearing panel. I'm accompanied to my left by Commissioner Sinclair, and on my right, Commissioners Williams right next to me, and Commissioner Mann on the far end. I understand that arrangements have been made for us to commence with the karakia, and hand over to you.
Tēnā tātai. Tā kini te kawa ko te kawa no hea, ko te kawa no he ni rangi Māori e, ko te kawa no rehua i te rangi. E tau ai te maungarongo, e tau ai te rangi Māori e tau ai te hāni ania. Ko ia tēnei ke wātea, ke wātea i te whiwhi, ke wātea i te hara, ke wātea i te hara ki te tangata. Ki nā kuru hai hai, ki nā whakapeha peha. Ka whakarai āhau, ka whakamauru ke te ina hau mi e hui e. Tai ki e. Nā mai hara mai koutou.
Yora, thank you very much. I understand that the first order of business is that we're going to have the Hongaweka whānau talk to us in a general way about, introduce your perspective. Can I just say before you start that in one of the earlier hearing streams when we were on a site visit, we were in Plimerton. So we co-opted Commissioner Porirua to take us into Hongaweka. It was just Commissioner Sinclair, Williams and I. And so we wandered from the we walked from the entrance round the road at the front of Hongaweka. And Commissioner Porirua pointed out a number of things that we could see from there. So we have that background. Commissioner McMahon tells me that he's never been into Hongaweka. So I think that don't assume, because he's never been there, don't assume that he at least knows what's there. And if you could bear that in mind when you tell us, give us your perspective on the Hongaweka zone. But as I say, that's just over to you. How would you like to proceed?
Kia ora, Jenny Ngaringu here. I would like to bring up a PowerPoint presentation and just talk to that. And following that, it'll be Kaho Robita, who will be talking about historical significance for us and what kaitiakitanga means, all those sorts of things.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
Oh, you can't bring it up?
I won't be a moment, sorry.
Do you need a phone?
We're just doing a screen share. Are you able to see that?
Yep, we had. Yes, we can see that now.
Right, thank you. Well, just for an introduction, we'll go around our room so we can all introduce ourselves and talk to you about what our positions are.
Kia ora, ko mai kara tōpahau. I'm the chairperson at Hongaweka Marae, and I've been part of these discussions from the beginning. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Morena, my name is Miriam Tarangi Heights. I'm part of Hongaweka whānau. Work here at the Runanga. I'm the Health and Safety Coordinator. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Tēnā tātou ko Moana Parata tōku ingoa, committee member on the Hongaweka Marae, and basically born and bred in Hongaweka. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou, I'm Kahu Ropata. I'm the iwi Partnerships Manager up in Kapiti Coast District Council. I am currently in residence at Hongaweka Marae. And we have one of the larger sort of shareholdings in the Ropata Tāngahoi block. So that's my interest today.
Kia ora tātou, ko Jenny Ngāti Hau. I am a kaimahi for Ngāti Toa, Purunanga, and my role at the moment is in mental health and addiction services, so I manage that. I started this piece of work, must have been around 2016, 15, 16. Initially, it was a non-paid type role, and we worked quite closely with Tory McDonnell, and prior to that it was Justine McDermott on this work. We continue to work in partnership with Porirua City Council because there's a number of things that we want to have done still. But this journey for us started in 2011-12, and you'll see here our vision statement was for our descendants will continue to live in Hongaweka on their lands as owners and kaitiaki of it, that the bay waterways and foreshore will remain clean and protected, native bush will be preserved for current and future generations, that I and Wharenui will continue to function as a cultural and spiritual hub of the community, and our community will become more self-sufficient. One of our priorities actions is the stormwater issues that we have and the flooding that we have in Hongaweka Bay. We're still working on that with the council at the moment. Here are some of the action points. We wanted a zoning that allowed whānau to use and live on their land, that will allow people to build off private and paper roads. We have a real issue with our roading because we don't have, like everyone else, we don't get postal delivery because we're private. We don't get queues and channelling. Our roads aren't recognised, so couriers have a real problem trying to get to us. So there's all those sort of little things that are quite annoying in this day and age because we're sort of not recognised anywhere. We're just the private road at the end of Plymouton. And that's still a continuing issue for us. Papa kindness status is really important for us because we've got, I'll show you further on down the track, the size of our land blocks, the land blocks that we've got, and we've got a number of shareholders, but in terms of costing, because we have to do our own roads and infrastructure in some places, public kindness is the only way to go because we can do it as a group rather than singular, because the cost would be too costly for us to do it right there. Some of us who have built in recent years, it was cost them something to the tune of $30,000 to $50,000 just to get these sections sorted, and so that cost initially is a real problem for us. For that initial cost. So we want our roads and lands to remain private, and legislation on private form roads, so we haven't got any of that yet, and that's something we need to talk about. Issue of road width, we've worked on the road width with Tory, and that's included in the plan. Which one am I on? 5. Development is balanced to maintain the uniqueness of Hongaweka. So we want our people to build, but we want to put some rules around that as well. Like zoning should not allow building on foreshore, and that's going to be a real issue in terms of climate change for some of us. Development of access to the old urupa. We have an urupa which is actually above Commissioner Formare's block, and access to it, we've got no access to it, it's sort of landlocked. So we've had to go and become friendly with the new owners to allow us access to that. It's up a steep hill, and for the old ones to get up there is really actually quite difficult. Road maintenance and walking access, we need to settle that. So we don't stop anyone from walking through our blocks and around the coast. Actually, it's quite popular, but what we have stopped is cycling, and dogs must be on leashes. So that's always been a given. No one's ever stopped people from walking around the coast road towards Porirua Bay. It's a lot of people do that walk. But the maintenance of our road is something that we really need to have done soon. The road to the marae I'm talking about. Because the marae services the community, we need the road maintenance to kick in. Because we have people from, not local, national and international visitors to the marae, so it's important to us that we are able to maintain that. So key issues to be addressed is to assume future growth, site constraints and limitations, design outcomes and principles applied, a high level plan showing development, indication of use of developmental areas. So we've already got some of that, and that's included in the plan. So we're happy with that at this stage. What else? This is sort of the journey that we've had. November 2012 was when we started working with the council and the Marae Committee to get all this started. It's been a really great journey actually, because we've had people within the council who've actually listened. We've had support from senior management at the council and also the mayor. So the journey's been a great one. There's things that we can work on, but we'll get there in the end. Right. I'm just going to, these are the blocks that we're talking about. So here, right through to the back. Now these blocks have all got numbers, but we call, like this one's a Pomare, the next one's a Ropata, the Widen, the Te Rangi Haiata. Who's that one?
4B.
Yeah, and the Palmers. So they're quite significant blocks, but the things that restrict us will be water runoff for building and the lay of the land, because it's quite hilly and steep and rocky. One of the huge issues for us is stormwater infrastructure and the flooding that we get in some of these lower areas here. Because this is the end of a gully, and over here there's another one. So we've already got houses in high risk areas. And that's something that we've been trying to work on for a while, especially there's an outlet here that needs to be replaced. Another one there, and another one over there. So those are the restrictions that we have in terms of trying to build on our land, basically. Okay, now I'd like to hand over to Kahu.
Could you go back to the one with all the blocks on?
Yeah.
That with all the blocks.
Okay.
Kia ora koutou. So just so you know who I am and where my relationship is to the land blocks. We're part of the Lopata Tāngahoi land block, which is right up the back there where the cursor is. It's called Humaweka 2B2B2. My family have the whole block, the hectares of that whole block is 10 hectares. There's 4,204 shares within the block. There's owners in total 111. Out of that, our whānau owned 737. Sorry, I just want to get this off my chest because it's a lot of land, which comes into about 1.8 hectares as a family. That's 8 of us, which comes out about 4.6 acres all up. We have access off the Ely Road access, so we're part of the Hongaweka blocks, but not necessarily the village as such. So my understanding of this Hongaweka block, you've got to go back to the sale of deed at Porirua Bay, the Porirua sale of deed, and that'll give you all the information as to how those blocks were cut up. My understanding is our tupuna Rōpata Hurumutu was the first chief from the original lot that left Kāwhia, who had to decide what families and where the lines and the blocks were to go for Hongaweka. And that's the lines there. And those all come under major family groupings. So for instance, although it's chopped up a bit now, the Rōpata Tāngahoi block went from where our block is at the back all the way to the foreshore. And if different family have had the ability to move in and utilise different parts of our whenua there. Later on, 1877, when Wiparata was the prominent Māori around the area, he was the one that was responsible for putting the lines in the block. So all of those blocks are carved into our house. Those owners, the original owners of those blocks and the original block names are all carved into the paipai of our whare. Now the paipai is the speaking forum, meaning they're the people that have the right to speak on their marae as shareholders, landowners of the original tupuna put on those blocks. So I just wanted to make sure that was known, the significance, and that's why the Hongaweka marae is the base of our spiritual, cultural connection for all of us on all those land blocks. So this proposed district plan, and a lot of us that were here originally, we started way back. Jenny talked about it. We're all part of the original conversations. Awesome conversations with the workers from Porirua City Council. So like Jenny said, we appreciate that because they could see the need. Post that, we've had COVID. I don't need to talk about COVID and all the issues around housing. It's actually provided an opportunity. So when we originally went for the settlement to be zoned as the Hongaweka settlement, Porirua City Council didn't necessarily then realise we were looking at the whole of Hongaweka within its whole entirety. So currently it's under a rural zoning, which is a bit restrictive, and you've now set out in motion a whole lot of other options if we go through the proposed district plan, which I might say for us at Hongaweka is very enabling. And that's all we really want from the council, is for you to be able to enable us to reassociate with our whenua. My family, with my father's generation, and anyone in this room will tell you, our blocks, our back blocks up there, you might even have some of the messaging from council back in the 70s and the 80s of people dumping their rubbish up there. Local people of Plimerton or wherever dumping their rubbish, it was called the dump. So when we would go up there as children, our first job was to clean everybody's rubbish off our whenua. Come on. And it wasn't until Dad took it and dumped it across the road that the council took up the cause and started looking after the rubbish up there. So that's our first earlier experiences with our whenua, which wasn't a very nice experience. So we've spent the last 50 years trying to get up on there. I currently have a brother that's just gone up, and I'm about to follow the process of the occupation order process through the Māori Land Courts, which gives us a whole lot of classifications and rules when we want to build. To keep in mind the environment and our waterways, which are very pristine up there. We don't need council to tell us how pristine our water is. We've known that all along. In fact, the kokopū in there is still up there. I looked last summer and you can still drink the water, and there's all the good side is still there. So we want to preserve that. So with the advent of housing, that's going to bring up some issues, and so we want to be able to enable that, but to have a sense of control, so that we don't, the risk value here for us is ruining our environment. So I would assume that in terms of the Māori land block, the Māori Land Court will take it a case-by-case sort of situation, unless, of course, you have overarching trusteeship over the entirety of your blocks, which isn't the case in all those blocks. And our one in particular is made up of a whole lot of trusts, individual absolute shareholders, but no overarching trust. Now that can be both enabling, but then of course you don't own your shares once you have the trust owns your shares. So bigger discussions for our block to be had later. I would assume that these are the same issues that are happening in all of the foresaid blocks. That people are now looking at how they can access their blocks, what sort of support they can have from infrastructure and housing, and of course how enabling the Māori land courts and councils can be in order for us to realise our aspirations and our dreams of reassociating to the land. When I say reassociating, I mean living on the land. We've never not reassociated. We've had connections to our long land blocks in different ways. I can go back as far as the Māori Land March, when my father and his cousins from Takapua here went up there, got all the firewood for the hāngi. So it's not just wood, you know, it's used as a resource to exalt the mana of my tribe by the kai that we produce. So people with land and land blocks and trees and manuka, especially for the hāngis, were used. The beechwood from Homaweka was used at the opening of the 40th. 40 years ago, we commemorated the opening of Tōrangatira, our ancestral house, yesterday. And the memories are brought back about how the wood was brought off Homaweka blocks to help do the hāngis. That the beechwood we all collected 40 years ago in order to open our whare and exalt and have the mana through the kai and the ceremonies that we did 40 years ago. We were all a lot younger then. So that's the cultural aspects for our whenua. It ties into our ancestors, it ties into our ancestral house, and it ties into all of us as a people. Now, with Transmission Gully, the advent of Transmission Gully, it's absolutely changed the game up for the whole of the coast. And I think it's an opportunity for us as Ngāti Tōki Homaweka to start realising our aspirations through the PDP, which has been worked out over the last few years, and it's very encouraging. Kaitiakitanga isn't just about keeping the blocks green. Those blocks were all cut down back in the 40s after the war. It was farmed, and then it's regrowth. But down in those deep gap gullies, and especially up the Ropata block, we got some virgin bush down there that's some very special. We still have a native dragonfly. It's one of the most beautiful creatures you'll ever meet. And the native weta is still there, and a gecko. So we're very conscious of that as a whānau. And we don't rely necessarily on, we have our own ways of dealing with those things. And so we would like to have the discussions to enable housing that we've got to consider our environment all the time. So I think having these discussions is going to be valuable moving forward as you start to get more and more people wanting to engage with council in order to have the aspirations of getting their whares up. Now there's also people there with whare that are currently there that perhaps would want to do up their units. There's potential there of doing up things or replacement of units are currently along at our quarry sites along Homaweka there. The kaitiakitanga is about being responsible. Now, we've got to be responsible to our people, but we've also got to be responsible to our environment. And so therein lies the challenge. There's some places, I suppose, in terms of our blocks up Ely Road, we're lucky enough there that access is straight off the road. Whereas some of my other whānau will have to start working out where they're going to put roading in and access up to their blocks. If you go to the bottom of Ely Road, and bodies are all there, how did you get so many cars parked at the bottom of a hill? Anyway, you guys have a look at that at the bottom of Ely Road.
Yeah.
And you go along the side of the houses, there's no cars in the houses, down the driveways. So that's problematic for us to try and get infrastructure up there, isn't it? Because these people have got it's literally a goat track. You can just get a car through on when it's blocked up down the bottom of Ely Road. So we've got to come over the Whenua Tapu side. Ka pai? That's a bit problematic. And I just wonder why people get to park their car when they haven't got a car site on their house. Anyway, that's a quandary for the council to work out. But those are going to be things that are going to be affecting our family as we start to get infrastructure put up on Ely Road up the hill there. So kaitiakitanga is about being responsible housing. We want to adhere to all the values that Ngāti Toa put down. The Māori Purpose Zone of Hongarika provides for a range of activities that specifically meet Māori cultural needs. Well, you couldn't get more multicultural than our whānau. We're all active members of our marae. We're all speakers of Te Reo Māori. We promote Māori language. And I didn't need that statement to tell me that I could go there and run wānanga on Maurako, which I've been doing for the last 30 years. We take wānanga and whakapapa up there on our whenua. And I've got to apologise, but not to you guys, but to my father for not keeping his gardens going. It was just a bit too full on, trying to bring up a family. But I thought, well, if we can get up there, we'll have permanent gardens. Once we can get some housing up there under the papakainga. So cultural ceremonies, wānanga can all be had, have always been held on our whenua up in Hongarika. Some of my earliest memories as a child were up there in that bush watching my uncles and aunties work the land. My father had a manuka business when you could have a manuka business in the 70s. So we've been associated to our blocks, not necessarily living there, because that's the Māori concept of ahika, our relations in the pā. Look after our ahika. Ka pai, and until we can establish our own ahika. That's a Māori tutu concept. So, with that, that's pretty much, I think, all I need to put in here in terms of kaitiakitanga. We control the kaitiakitanga of our whenua. Government still doesn't know who owns the water. I had one of your guys from Greater Wellington turn up to Hongarika and tell us all that the Crown own the water. Well, obviously it depends whose government's in at the time, because that subject changes all the time. But we have a conscious understanding of our land blocks, of our water flows, of the creatures in the waters all the way up and down those streams. That mineral water, that water there is now being used as rongoa. I mean, our whānau going up there to karakia that water and then bring it back for our old people with the thought that it's a spiritual water. Now, your government doesn't allow for the metaphysical necessarily, but in that Hongarika zone, it thrives. That's tutu Māori whenua from the time of our ancestors when they came down and took the land. It's one of the last of our green zones, and Porirua City can thank us for that, for keeping it a green zone and housed them, because there's nothing left now if we had left it to the council. So we will have the control over the kaitiakitanga of our blocks with good discussion with all you fellas at council. We're not saying, all I'm saying is we don't need you fellas to tell us how special our area is and what our water and our whenua means to us. But we just need you guys to listen and be a good partner. and be open-minded to some of the things that you may not be used to doing in terms of some of the other communities within Porirua. But it is a special place and a special zone, and I'd just like you to take that on. Just by the work that's been done, I think you're taking us seriously. I'd like to believe you're taking us seriously and help us enable housing in the Hongaweka Māori zone. Enable our whānau to come back from different rohe or different areas of New Zealand and from overseas, as we can start rolling out more housing for our families and help with the whole situation. Let Māori take help with the situation that we're currently in, which is a housing crisis. Well, we've got plenty of land there. So I've just given you one example of one family and their shareholdings, and there are many, many more throughout the blocks. So, have I sort of covered my cousins? Is that sort of pretty much it's given you a spiritual, physical, cultural connection to the land and our marae? We couldn't just use the settlement, it had to be all the blocks. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Have you got any questions you'd like to ask anyone here?
Well, I think we do have some questions. Can I just say that we are certainly listening with an open mind. That's our job. I ask Commissioner Williams if she has any questions for you. To start with.
Kia ora, and thank you for that wonderful word picture of your association, your land and your association with your land and your connections to that land. I certainly wasn't aware that not all of the Hongaweka whānau land was within the Hongaweka zone, so that's probably something that myself and the panel would like to just sort of familiarise ourselves with. But my question, I suppose, is that you've told us about your vision. How, in terms of your aspirations, where do you see Hongaweka in, say, 30 years' time? What's your hope of what life will be like in Hongaweka? What would you want to happen?
For me personally, or as a group? Me personally is that I would like my whānaus, all the whānaus in our land blocks, to realise their aspirations, whatever that is, for their whenua. Not everyone may want to build. They might just want to come back and have gardens or run wānanga. There's all sorts of things. So that information needs to be collected. So for me personally, is that each whānau can realise their own aspirations for their whenua, and whatever that is.
Thank you. And I suppose, can you give me any detail about housing? I mean, you've certainly made it clear that living on the land is not the be-all and end-all. It's your association and your ability to reunite and to be with the land that's important. But if you were to try and paint me a picture of what Hongaweka would look like, do you, as a personally or as a committee perhaps, can you tell us what you think, what you would like to see? Do you, for example, do you see little clusters of houses set in the bush? Do you see more? If you were to be out in your boat and looking back at Hongaweka, what would you like to see? Or am I taking a very Pākehā view of?
No, because that's the vision that I'm going to let everyone else say something shortly, because that vision there is the vision of everyone, is that we have little papakainga of whānau cluster groups living off the grid.
Yeah.
Because that's sustainable living for our whānau. Yeah. That we've got solar power, wind power, there's affluent septic tanks that are running and feeding back into the whenua where we can, obviously not too close to the thing, and taking those case by case. that if the whānaus are responsible for their blocks, they will be responsible for having the discussions amongst their family blocks, and they will work out what their papakainga aspirations will look like. And I think that will follow a natural course, because really if we align our aspirations to the iwi values and the council values of working in the spirit of partnership, there's probably nothing we couldn't do there. And if I was fishing out in Onaweka Bay one day and looked back and I thought, yeah, there's some happy whānaus living on their whenua and papakainga off the grid, I'd be pretty happy. I'd go to the great feeling we did a little bit extra for our people, considering this new world that we live in terms of the environment and global warming. We need to be conscious of the future. I would look at that as something as a vision for 100 years, not necessarily 30. And in fact, because we're about to commemorate us being here for 200, our vision should be for 200 years as a community, because that's as long as we've been here. Trying to get by, trying to keep our culture and our language intact, and trying to keep our whenua intact with our families. So I'm going to leave somebody else have a call, but that's all for me on that question one.
Just a bit of endorsement on what Kai was talking about. We do see ourselves living on our whenua, living in papakainga situations, which is a way for us to not be reinventing the wheel on how we should live. These are all the things that have just been passed down to us, our natural way of living, rejuvenating our culture, and that all goes back to our wharenui. And we talked about our wharenui with Kauhotarangi's kōrero and Jenny's pinpointing on the picture on where we want to be going. It's about bringing our whānau back to the land. It's about uplifting ourselves in the basin of Porirua, so we can skip into the area of the 3 Ps. We're working with council, and we have participation, we have partnership. These are the things, working with councils where it can be better for us. It can be better for you because our roadway is open to anybody. But as we are at the moment, we have a whenua that's been sitting there and calling for us to come back. And the way Ngāti Toa is rebuilding and talking with our councils and talking with our wider councils, these things we hope can happen, and we hope our kids coming through our kura, coming through our kohanga, will all eventually come back to our land. And all those things that are learning on their journey will be put in place when their time comes to take over from us. They're just some of the wee things that we're talking about that how much time have I got? I probably haven't got much time, but anyway, I think somebody else can add something on, but it's for us, it's about coming back to our whenua.
Kia ora tātou. I just want to bring in another extension of our whānau and hapu that aren't living there. We still have our connections to Kāwhia Moana that come down and reconnect to not only Onaweka, but to Tapupua here, top of the south, Widen and Whakatū. So our footprint's really huge when you look at the kaitiakitanga of Raupua Moana. So it's, these connections that we have within our rohe, it's all about that. And there's a lot of our whānau that aren't living there that are wanting to come home. Now, already they've talked about, some whānau talked about sustainability within their land blocks, what they could create, build, very, very compact and looking after their land without using these pipes, I suppose you'd call it. These things are happening now, they're being talked about and so on. So I think what we have here, like you say, for 30 years, it'll be 100 years. So the kaitiakitanga was just so, we're actually, we're ahead of ourselves already with the thinking of our people, because it's been passed down to us, it's going to be passed down to our children, even though the houses aren't going to be there, but they will be. So that's my kōrero.
Kia ora.
Oh, thank you very much. That was a powerful picture you painted, and I'm sorry that I was so short looking and thinking of 30 years. It's a good reminder that long time frames allow for big aspirations. Thank you.
Kia ora.
I have a question. First of all, to start, how many people are on the blocks now, are living on the blocks now? Like roughly, what sort of number are we talking about?
We've got about 38 houses. We're probably looking at, I don't know, 150?
Houses, extra houses.
No,
People living.
People, yeah, 100 people,
Yeah, it's about 100.
And
Not a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
and then you're really anticipating my next question, which is, you want the whānau to come home. How many whānau do you think will want to come home? And in a perfect world, over the 100-year time frame you're looking at the moment, because I think, as you say, that if you've been there 100 years already, why stop at another 100? But just looking forward in that immediate time frame, that 100 years, how many whānau do you think would want and could be accommodated on the blocks? Like I understand that's crystal ball gazing, but that's what we're doing. We're trying to imagine the future in a perfect world.
When I work up at Kapiti Coast District Council, they're expecting 30,000 people in over the next 30 years. That's the directive from central government, right? I'm not too sure what Porirua is. So that's about 15,000 extra houses they're going to need over 30 years. What are we going to be looking at?
See, I'm looking at the,
Probably,
for an example,
over 100 years, maybe 100 houses.
just with the blocks that have been,
150 houses, maybe.
just with the local, just locally in Plimmerton alone, you've got the Plimmerton farm, and already that's stretching to the end of Porirua Bay. So if you look at those acres of land there, already they've anticipated 2,000 homes, a school and a big shopping area.
Yeah.
So you look at that block there, that kind of gives us an example of what it'd be like at home, but we wouldn't have big shopping centres. You know, it'll be like a papakainga where we can sustain our living, not like it would be locally. So that's how we're looking at our infrastructure of our papakainga in Haweka.
So if we've got 50 odd houses there, we've been here 100 years. But we're looking at the next 100 years. You could probably want to, you know, if it was spread out over the blocks in different areas, what's a guesstimation? Your guesstimation is as good as mine. 150 houses? 200 houses spread out over 100 years, maybe?
I think, and to answer that question also, if we had them living at that number, the difference between how we live is that we go out, we fish, we take our kids around the coast, we teach them what's in the streams, we take them in the bush, we don't take them to a shopping, you know what I mean? That's how we would be living. That's how I see.
We still do that now. We all collect kai for hui. We all share resources, like I expressed, wood for hangi. We all share our resources. I would imagine that those papakainga were sort of inwardly facing. They would be a community, little communities looking after their tamariki mokopuna. And as opposed to having an individual house with your individual fence and your individual letterbox, which promotes individualism or monocultural sort of aspirations, but we're more, about the community.
I think the sustainability also is our gardens, our marakai, that's another one. And that feeds the people. It doesn't feed yourself, it feeds the people. So that's how we'd look at it in a generational time moving forward. It's bringing all that back.
Trying to move the mindset away from going to the shops and all that. I'm not saying we're going to stop. We just want to have more of an emphasis on growing kai, feeding our people ourselves, feeding our hui by our people living on the lands. There could be not expectations, but opportunities for whānau to share resources for our hui. You see, as we expand out, the rest of the world's moving into individualism. We'll be moving back towards more community living and housing aspirations. We've all come off living in our own houses, and we all own our own houses. It hasn't done much for us as a community, as a tribe, but now we've got an opportunity to start bringing our rangatahi, our kids home, because Ngāti Toa, and I've got to say this to you all now, Ngāti Toa made themselves, the tribe and the rūnanga, relevant to their people for probably the first time in a long time. Where now they're able to do things, aspirational things for their people that become relevant. Now our people, kids don't have to go to Australia to work because there's becoming more and more work made available by ourselves for ourselves. Because we can't have people doing it for ourselves. It just doesn't work. It hasn't worked for 200 years. So with the uptake of our rūnanga, the resources being you're dealing with a post-settlement treaty, Nopu, who have resources. You know, in the land blocks, they're now offering us that if we sign our shares over to the rūnanga, we can have them signed over for 99 years. Okay? That provides opportunities where the rūnanga can get the infrastructure and up to 80% of a house built. Wow, isn't that going to, our people will start coming back from everywhere in their droves when they start hearing options like that. What? I can live on my land and it's going to be a normal price. We're not going to pay $1 million for that. It's just ridiculous. For a 3-bedroom home, 4-bedroom home, no way. So we've got a better plan than our current government. And I think it's going to be more beneficial for all of our people. It's more of a communal perspective around living.
I think the other consideration that also comes into the rohe is the 2 islands, well 3 islands actually, and that's Rangitoto, which is the top of the south, Devil Island, Arapawa, you know, the fishing grounds, and also Te Mano, Pupe and Kapiti. So already we've got our kids out there working on the islands, you know.
We've got our kids doing all the bait traps all the way up through Umaweka.
Yeah.
When they come up to the Ruapata Tāmawai block, we all jumped in as a family to help lay the traps down, to help the nephews set the traps. So, you know, just that itself and the science within that is awesome. We're also looking at aspirational things like we've been muting for a while now, having our own kura based on our marae. Now, if that happens, obviously conservation is going to be one of the biggest subjects in our kura, taught through the medium of Te Reo Māori. And then, of course, you've got access to the islands that one is just, which already have high conservation designations put on them already. So it just seems natural. By living on the whenua, they're going to learn to be sustainable, to live off the land a bit more than what we currently can because of the system, the consumer system that we're all part of. I don't want us to be not part of the consumer system, but there could be options to help feed our tamariki and our mokopuna through doing it ourselves, community. And in Homoweka, we have an absolute advantage because of the isolation from the rest of the city and because of the beautiful nature of the land blocks there, to be able to do explorational stuff. We've been on that question a while. Anyone else?
If we just touch on something else also, when we're looking at our picture and talking, we're talking about communal living, talking about papakainga. So we have a wharenui, which is our main magnet. That's our main, our centre. Then we have a wharekai, which feeds everybody that goes into that whare. And then we have a massive evolution block that also caters for everybody who comes to this wharenui, to our regeneration. So when we talk papakainga, we're talking at a picture, something like this. Now, this complex can also cater for, at the moment, we could cater for 80 people. Now, 80 people could live in this complex because they have everything there that they need to survive. And so what we're looking at is taking this out and putting it there as that whānau expands, and putting it there as that whānau expands. And this is what we call a marae. This is where we all go to.
Yeah.
Kia ora.
Mike's associating the marae as like our principal home. That's what a marae is. And so when we're looking at papakainga, there's obviously going to be a whānau central home. There's going to be an ablution block a communal ablution block. That's probably going to be a main theme along our papakainga developments, with dwellings, to support dwellings, and where your kids can have dwellings around the central ablution block. That's absolutely the discussions we're having in our block. It's more sustainable, it's cheaper, because, I don't know, our kids to pay off those $1 million mortgages now is going to take 2 lifetimes. I mean, it's going to take half a lifetime just to get into one. I mean, unless you've got parents that are really well off, the rest of us are stuffed. That's the situation. So we're trying to, can you help us to help you? Help our community, help our council, because otherwise people are just going to go up there willy-nilly and you're not going to have any vision or lens over what's going on. Yeah, and we believe as a community that's important that the discussions are held between our community and our council. And if we can get it right early, which we have been, because we've been having awesome dialogue, discussions in this process, we've all learned so much through this process. You guys have taught us a lot. You know, we need to be designing our strategic plans around your LTP so that we know when the funding rounds come out where we can have an influence over your decisions. Well, this will be part of it. You'll be bringing in a whole group of people who finally have an opportunity to have that dialogue with you, those discussions as case by case starts to pop up, because it will. It's already started. We've got whānaus moving in without any permissions or any discussions with other whānau, partly out of because of the love and the want to be there, but partly out of desperation. So how can we, with some of our whānau who aren't doing too well, you can't go to the blocks and say, get off. The land court might try and say they can, but to actually say it and do it to remove someone are 2 completely different things. Now, we don't want those situations for council or for our iwi. So I think it's important that we let this stuff go through the PDP, all the rezoning and the designations that we've all agreed to, because we believe as a community in Rongoeka, the proposed district plan would be enabling of mana whenua to aspire to the aspirations in housing and reconnecting to the whenua.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Sinclair, any questions? Commissioner McMahon?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Hongieka whānau, David McMahon here. Good morning. I've been listening very attentively, and I've taken a couple of pages of notes, and I've got 4 specific questions for you. The first is, am I hearing, and just picking up on a question from, or an observation from Commissioner Williams, am I hearing that there's a perhaps a mismatch between the boundary of the Hongieka zone and the land holdings of the whānau?
No,
No?
no,
Okay.
that's the land blocks in its entirety.
Okay.
And shareholders are spread all throughout the country and the world.
Okay. So you're happy that the boundary of the zone is appropriately located?
Yeah, I would have liked to go a bit north further, but that's another story.
Okay.
Probably not, because
The east looks my own issue.
Sure.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right around the Big Bay.
That's
yeah.
right around the Big Bay.
Is that Big Bay?
No, it's
No,
not.
it's further up.
Further up,
Yeah.
there's Nashville's not named.
Yeah,
You can just see it.
you can just see that corner there.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I'll take that matter up with Mr. McDonnell, but he's nodding his assertion that he thinks the boundary's in the right place. So, second question is, and I certainly note the need to get the balance right between protection of the special features that are there and the enabling aspirations of the whānau. And my question there in relation to that is, in terms of the objectives and policies and the rules and standards in the proposed zone, do you think the council have got the mix right?
Oh, this is scary. Well, this is just me, you guys, I think so. I've been through it several times.
Yes.
Without being too exigent, because I've always preferred more.
Yes.
I think there's a balance there. You've got a pretty good balance there. There's car parks required in suburban zone, but we don't need those. We've got dwellings. Obviously the gradient for the drive. Yeah, I think there's plenty of touch.
Yes.
That's just me. What do you guys think?
Well, I
Is there
think,
other way to make it better?
yeah, it's a learning process.
Yeah.
And like we've learned a lot since we've been involved in the process, and there's probably going to be other challenges that come along that we'll have to work on for the future.
Yes.
But they're not, we just got to get, as step one, this is great.
Okay. I was particularly interested in one of the rules, Rule 18, which controls the development of Papakāinga, and the activity status is permitted, so no resource consents required, provided certain standards are met, and there are 3 standards listed, and the first relates to how the site is held under the Whenua Maori Act 1993. The second one relates to the floor space for commercial activities, and the third one relates to community facilities. Is there a degree of comfort with those 3 standards?
Yeah, 3,000 square metres for earthworks. What's that?
That's a different rule, sir.
That's a different rule, that one.
Yes. I'm just looking at the rule relating to Papakāinga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think time will tell. As we start developing, there might be things that pop up in it, and then that gives us an opportunity once again to re-engage with the district plan at a later date.
Okay.
But I think just generally speaking, just off the top of my head and what I've seen is pretty good mix for now.
Okay, thank you. And just a sidebar for Mr. McDonnell, I've just got a question when you present in relation to the change to NFL 7 and the recommended changes there in relation to the Maori purpose zone.
Landscapes.
Yes, it is. You're quite right. It's the special amenity landscapes in that zone. So I'll have a question of clarification to the reporting officer on that. Now, my third question is just a wider question. I've been listening to, I guess, the constraints that exist on the site, both the legal constraints with paper roads and legal roads, the physical constraints with the steepness of the topography, and the problems or issues with stormwater runoff, and also the multiplicity of shareholding and interests in the area. And I wonder, notwithstanding your answers to my previous questions, whether you see a role for some coordination and development of the entire zone that deals with the provision of infrastructure, roading, stormwater management, dare I say it, staging of development. But, and I wonder whether you see that coordination is a role that the plan has, or whether it's something that's best undertaken by the whānau themselves. I appreciate that's quite a large question, but I'm looking at your 100-year time frame, but I've also broken it down into a 30-year time frame, which is what the MPSs require us to do. But also, as a stepping stone, this district plan is looking at a sort of a 20-year beyond horizon to achieve those sort of increments towards the 100 years. So I'm just wondering what role the district plan might have in setting up a coordinated response to the provision of the activities to address those physical and legal constraints that you've quite eloquently described.
Logical. That would be a logical step. It makes sense to me that that would be worked out through the district plan and mana whenua. The planning of it, we've got a whole housing unit here. We can get the guys to do up a 30-year, 100-year, whatever, how many years we want. I would like to think that they would be in close conversation with you guys. Absolutely. I wouldn't expect individual families necessarily to take that bit of work up, but I definitely think our housing team here could, along with your assistance, come up with a very good 30-year plan, and I would prefer to roll it out to 100.
Yes. The reason I asked that question is that it does, at the end of the day, put an imposition on the landowners, because the way in which such a coordinated approach might show itself in the district plan might be through a high level, and I'm a bit reluctant to use this term, but I will, high level structure plan. We're hearing about the future urban zone later on, and each of those zones will be developed through a structure plan process. And I'm not suggesting that the level of detail that goes into those particular structure plans is appropriate here, but I'm just testing the concept at a high level with the Maori purpose zone.
Yes, I'll test away. I'll say, yeah, let's test it, see where the strengths and where the weaknesses are.
Yes.
Because there's never ever a perfect thing there, and there's no silver bullet. So we're about to engage in a problem that's been happening for a couple of 100 years, but for a first time ever really dealing with it in a real way. With real conversations, face to face. So that's exciting.
Right. That approach is certainly not in the tent at the moment, I should add, but it would require a future variation or plan change to the plan to bring that into the zone. But obviously there's an appetite for exploring that at least. Okay. And my final question is just a question about what engagement, I've heard about the engagement with the district, the Porirua City Council. What engagement has there been with the regional council over this zone and the land holdings?
Yeah, well, the regional council, they've put out through the Porirua City, the green lead, what is it called? The green belt management. And that's basically, we haven't had a lot to do with the Greater Wellington.
Who does?
No, that's fine. I was particularly interested in stormwater management and any flooding.
The three waters, we're still having a discussion about how we manage that. Oh, God.
Okay. Well, we won't go there then. We could be here all day with that. But you've thank you for your candid answers. I appreciate them.
Well, I think that's all from us. We really appreciate you tuning in to kick off our hearing. With that introduction, give us a real sense of what Hongueka is about, where you see it going. I just re-emphasise what I said at the start. We are listening with an open mind. It's our role to try and pilot the proposed district plan through this process, so we're just going to do the absolute best we can.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that us? Have we finished now?
I think you're finished now. You can listen.
I think we're going to end with a tareke, and so we
I
can carry on with our days. So,
certainly can.
Uluhia, turu tapu nui a tāne, kia wāte, kia māma, te ngākau, te inangaro, te wairua, te tina rei, te aratakatu. E rongo, whakairia ki runga kia wāte. Ai rā ko wāte hau, ride hau, pai mai ride. Kia ora
Kia
tātou.
ora.
You're
Thank you.
Thank you. Signing off. So, Mr. McDonnell, how would you like to proceed?
Morena koutou. I just have a short statement, if that's okay, and then just basically open the floor for questions from the panel.
Please proceed.
Right. Nā mihi nui ki te mana whenua o te rohinei, Ngāti Toa Rangatira, tēnā koutou. Me nā mihi nui ki nā whānau ki Hongoeka me te Marae Committee, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So I just want to acknowledge Ngāti Toa Rangatira is the mana whenua of the Sarohi, and I wanted to acknowledge the Hongoeka whānau for your kōrero today, and the rest of the Hongoeka Marae Committee for the mahi we've put in the last 5 years, in particular, Jenny and Maikara. Thank you. Hongoeka is indeed a special and unique place, as outlined in the proposed district plan. It was identified early on in the district plan review process by Te Runanga as a priority for exploring ways in which we could make sure the district plan acknowledges its uniqueness and delivers outcomes that align with those sought by Hongoeka whānau. Since then, we've been working in partnership to develop this zone. It has been a privilege to be involved with this mahi, as I've been able to learn some of the rich history of the whenua and those that whakapapa to it. I have experienced Hongoeka manakitangi myself, both at the various hui we've held as a council officer, but also at the Hongoeka Marae Festival, where I was lucky enough to experience a pauwhiri and hear some kōrero about the history of Ngāti Toa and Hongoeka. This history includes the migration south of the iwi from Kawhia, known as Te Hiki Mai Raro, which is the wharenui itself is named after. I learned about the settlement of the area, the eventual conflict with government forces, and the capture of Te Rauparaha by Governor Grey. While much of Ngāti Toa's land was still lost, Hongoeka was set aside as a reserve where the descendants maintain ahika to this day. I've also learned of the contemporary challenges living on the whenua, whether they be regulatory, relating to access, or the maintenance of culturally significant sites such as Urupā, dealing with regular flooding events, as well as maintaining and improving infrastructure for the benefit of the community. The Hongoeka zone seeks to assist in achieving the vision for the community set out in the Hongoeka Community Plan 2012 that whānau before had up on the screen. While this rezoning was identified as a key action in the community plan, I acknowledge that there are many more challenges that council needs to continue to work on with Ngāti Toa and the Hongoeka whānau to address. So that was just a short statement to acknowledge the whānau there, but apart from that, I'll just open it up to the panel for questions on the Section 42A report.
Absolutely. Commissioner Williams, would you like to go first?
Yes, thank you, Mr. McDonnell, for that introduction, because it was very useful to set the scene. I have a question that I suppose was raised by submitter number 219, Emma Pamari, which is about the consultation you undertook with landowners or registered landowners, and did you consult the Maori Land Online database?
Apologies, I'll just find the section of my 42A report. If you have it to hand, that would be helpful. Apologies, what was the submission number?
219.
219 point,
Oh, sorry, I don't have a...
apologies. I can talk about it in general terms.
It was I think it was a general, an introduction to her submission rather than being seen as a submission point.
I got you.
perhaps.
Yes. So we were guided, basically working in partnership to engage with the community and draft the zone in partnership. We were guided by the Runanga as well as the Hongaweka Marae Committee on what was the appropriate way to consult and engage with the community. We did not specifically use the database to contact all whānau, but relied basically on those two mechanisms to make sure we reached as broad an audience as possible. We had a number of hui at Hongaweka that were very well attended, so I'm pretty confident that we had some pretty good engagement across the whānau that whakapapa to those blocks. But I acknowledge that there are a large number of landowners. The original, the original blocks would have had a small group of landowners, but as you can appreciate, over 200 years, it's now thousands. So, I'm confident we followed the advice of Te Runanga and the Hongaweka Marae Committee to engage.
Right, thank you. And then just going on to 3.22 in your 42A report about enabling residential units. So we've heard obviously a lot about the papakainga. I noticed that in paragraph 45, where you talk about the limit of 3 units for residential activity, that you were trying to set up a scene where you didn't want unintended outcomes if the land is sold on the open market. What actually is the likelihood of land being sold on the open market? Is that actually possible?
Yes, it is. There's so there's 2 types of land ownership in the zone. There's the bulk of the land. I'm not sure percentage wise, but something in the order of 90% of the zone is held under Te Ture Whenua Māori Act, so it's Māori land. But there is a much smaller percentage that is general freehold title, and there have been blocks that have been sold outside the iwi and sold back in as well. So it is possible. The ones that are held within held as Māori land, it's a lot more difficult, that process, because you need to get consensus of a large number of the owners to partition any blocks and to get access across other blocks. So that's one of the big limitations of the land in terms of development is that the ownership status of the land. But it is a concern expressed to me by the Marae Committee that if there was a complete lifting of the cap on the number of units per site, that there could be some intensive development that is sold outside the iwi. So the way the plan works is that if it's on Te Ture Whenua Māori land, as that papakainga rule we were looking at earlier, that's the mechanism of that rule to keep it within the iwi.
Right, thank you.
Can I just follow up on that?
Yes, certainly.
Just to follow up on that question, Mr. McDowell. So, if the 3 units on private land, freehold land, are exceeded, it triggers to a discretionary activity? Fully discretionary? I think I thought I saw that.
The number of units per site?
Yes.
That would be rule...
I think it's rule 7, is it?
Yeah, correct. Rule 7 would be full discretionary.
Yes. Were you involved in the chapter drafting?
Yes, I drafted it in partnership with the Marae Committee.
Was there any consideration given to a lower category of activity such as restricted discretionary, or what was the rationale for going to fully discretionary? Was it more of a discouragement, or that the matters of discretion were difficult to identify?
I don't recall, to be honest. I'm not aware that activity status is challenged by a submission point. But yeah, as I said earlier, I was in drafting this chapter in partnership with the Marae Committee. We just work through each rule and determine an activity status.
Yes.
So a few of them have been challenged, but
You're right, it hasn't been challenged, but I guess implicitly the submission raises a concern with what consent is required if you exceed the 3 units and whether that's reasonable and appropriate. Yep.
the activity of papakoinga is separate to the residential activity, so that would have a different activity status for papakoinga development.
And we'll get onto that later.
Okay.
Sorry, Julia, to interrupt.
I've a related one. Is that at all related to policy P3 in terms of the potentially inappropriate activities and the linkage between that policy and then what the resulting activity status might be?
Yes, that's the policy line of sight through P3 through to that Rule 7. So I'd imagine policy P3 would be one you'd consider as part of that discretionary consent.
Since we're backwards and forwards, Commissioner Williams, back to you.
Right, well, just looking through my notes, Mr McDonnell, I noticed that, in fact, I apologise, in fact, paragraph 56, it was submission point 219.2, I think, that raised the argument, if you like, about legal owners being able to establish and maintain an ongoing relationship with their land, which I suspect is a spin-off from the... So thank you for answering that. I suppose my last question really is to go through to the industrial activity. So your section 42A 3.10.9 on Rule 28 with industrial activity. I suppose I did look up intensive indoor horticultural production, which strangely enough seemed focused on fungi, growing fungi or sort of farming calves. But would something like a glass house to grow houseplants be considered an intensive horticultural production? Is there a scale that's involved?
The definition is a national planning standards definition, so I guess it would come down to interpretation of that definition. I would not. So a glass house for residential use, did you say? Ancillary to residential use?
Well, no, I think it would be, in this case, commercial use. Or, I mean, I guess Ms. Pamari's point was that industrial activity and intensive indoor primary production be discretionary, and I was just trying to think, were there activities, that would fit into intensive indoor horticultural production that in fact might be suitable?
Yeah, it's a good point. I off the top of my head, I think it quite possibly would fit into under that definition, a commercial tomato hothouse operation, because that would be a primary production activity and it's principally occurring within a building. I guess that definition, though, is quite strange how it's drafted. It's got sort of an exhaustive list, as it says, and involve growing fungi, keeping or rearing livestock or poultry. So I'd have to give that a bit more thought. That particular example, actually, I'm leaning towards it not fitting under intensive indoor primary production, rereading that definition.
Yes, I mean, I put my mind to it and thought that I suppose intensive indoor horticultural production would involve machinery and heaters and flues and byproducts, and but it depends really, it seems to me, on the scale. So I'd be interested in hearing from you, perhaps in your right of reply on that. Yeah.
That's really strange that on the face of it, if you were growing tomatoes, that wouldn't be intensive indoor primary productions, but mushrooms would be. Like, I understand that that you've taken the National Planning Standards definition, but do we have any idea what the rationale for that distinction is?
No, and it's interesting how it's the word involve is there rather than include, because a lot of the other definitions have include and have a non-exhaustive list, but that one is quite narrow in its scope, I guess. And as my colleague Ms. Sweetman points out, the fungi is probably singled out due to odour, as well as poultry.
But the only assistance of all is in relation to calf rearing for a specified time period, which isn't provided. So, how many
And
days?
they don't say what the specified time period. So, 2 years calf rearing would be sweet. Oh well.
Yeah, I'll respond to that in my reply. I think, looking at it now, I think it might fall more under primary production.
Right, thank you. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Now, Mr. McDonnell, going back to the question about the Whamare submission about landowners, I understand your reasoning, the reasoning for your recommendation. What do you think lies behind the distinction the submitter is seeking to draw, like talking about legal owners establishing a relationship as opposed to the whānau? Is there other legal owners that are not whānau? I should have asked the committee this. But,
I think that unfortunately that is more of a question for the committee. It's a shame they've gone because there are some cultural intricacies as to who is an owner and who is not, and who has rights, as mentioned in their talk about how some people establish themselves on the land, and that while they may not own it, it's that and moving them on are two different things. So I think that question probably is better answered by the Hongaweka whānau. I took it at face value, I guess, the submission point and paragraph 59, and said addition of legal owners is not necessary as the ownership is necessary to subdivide, use and develop land. But I suspect the reason behind that submission point might be just the sheer number of owners. And
yes, well, this goes back to Commissioner McMahon's question of the Marae Committee about the desirability of coordination, because from the committee's description, it seemed that there is in fact one whānau for each block, and they want to manage their own block, thank you very much, in the way that suits them, and certainly the vision seemed to be to enable whānau to manage their own blocks, and the way they manage it might be, and their priorities might be quite different. And so the question is, like accepting that this is moved from the consulted and agreed document with care, but is there room to make clearer that there are those divisions, and that different whānau have interests in different parts of the zone, and when we talk about whānau establishing a relationship with their land, it's not the whānau as a whole with a relationship with the whole of the zone. It's much more compartmentalised, as it was described to us. Do we need to think about better capturing that compartmentalisation?
I would be hesitant to, unless guided to do that by the.
I suppose what I'm suggesting is perhaps you might ask them. Like, I accept that if the answer you get back is no, we like it just the way it is, thank you very much, then that might be the end of the discussion. But equally, if you pose the question, that might set rabbits running, and in consultation with them, you might get partway towards where the Pomare submission might be seeking to go.
Yeah, I did work through these submission points with Jenny Narimu and the Hongweka Marae Committee, and their position, as I understood it, is the plan works well as is. I can give it some more thought though and respond to my reply.
Thank you. That's all I'm suggesting. When you, at paragraph 46, you talk about the Papakāinga provisions provide a way to develop land without restriction on units. That's, are you talking about the Papakāinga provisions in the zone or the separate chapter that we discussed? I've forgotten in which stream.
I'm talking about it more broadly across the proposed district plan. So the for the commissioner, I guess, who wasn't at hearing stream 1, we discussed the Papakāinga chapter. That chapter is a objectives and policies only. There's no rules sitting in that chapter, but the rules around activities and land uses sit within the zones. So in the Māori purpose zone and some of the residential zones as well. So the rules and standards. So I'm talking about it more broadly. Because the Papakāinga provisions in that chapter form the matters of discretion for the rule.
Ah, gotcha. You just anticipated the next question.
Sorry, yeah, I see that. That's PKP2 policy. That's the matter that's listed under restricted discretionary activity status under Rule 18.
Correct.
Okay.
Talking about your paragraph 72, your recommendation as to how you might capture the concern that the notified text is locking them in, locking the whānau into a situation where their infrastructure remains as it is, i.e. virtually non-existent. I wondered about your recommended rewording. Do you need to say where it sits in the spectrum between rural and intensified urban? Could you just stop at there is a village character?
My view is that it should go further than there is a village character and express what that character is. I feel that semi-urban is more appropriate wording than less serviced, because of course the whānau, as they develop it, might want to might have aspirations for it to be fully urban in nature. But I guess one of the drivers behind developing this zone is that the current zoning of Hongaweka is suburban zoning, with the smaller parcels that you can see in the centre of the village, and the larger parcels are rural. But the character of the area is for the commissioners who have been out there, it's not suburban, but it's a bit more than rural. So part of the idea of having a zone that incorporates those two areas is to kind of articulate what the character is of this village, which is unique. That's why it's one of the reasons why it's its own zone. Also, Kahu in his kororo talked about, or maybe it was Jenny, talked about roading standards. So that's one example where the zone in the transport chapter has been grouped in with the more rural zones and the open space zones rather than a suburban zone, to reflect that we're not going to require, as has been the case to date, if someone was to subdivide or develop within that village area, a full spec concrete driveway with curb and channel, where the rest of the roads leading up to it are gravel and don't have streetlights. So it's not. I guess the way it was worded as notified, the submitter picked up, didn't seem very aspirational, but the intent of that criterion was to sort of articulate that it isn't quite fully urban. So,
Sorry, Commissioner, here's,
Yep.
if it's about this question, because I have a follow-up, which is, again, the description we seem to get from the committee was not that the entire zone would ever be urban, but that there might be a series of villages. The description of the Wharenui, the Wharakai, the ablution block, servicing a group of houses around it, which is not what I would call semi-urban either. And I'm not I can't immediately think of a descriptor, because it would be truly unique, but I don't think semi-urban captures what was described to us. And maybe, since I don't have any bright suggestions, the way I would leave it is ask you to give it some more thought.
yeah, absolutely. I can have another discussion with the whānau, and perhaps we can look at that term and what was expressed as more of a vision of clustered papakainga. Maybe that's more sort of a more appropriate. I guess this objective is stating the current character of the zone, but we also need to keep in mind that the plan needs to be sort of aspirational and look to the future. So I can certainly come back on that.
And maybe what you've just described is the best description, clustered papakainga. Maybe, but obviously you want to get the committee's view on that.
Oh yeah, consult with my experts.
Yes. So, Commissioner McMahon.
Yes.
Indeed. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Just a couple from me. I just want to go back to that Papakainga one, but before I do, just a confession. I've been dealing largely with the new Plymouth District Plan hearings over the last 6 months since hearing Stream 1, anyway, and that explains my absence from this panel. But even though both plans are subject to the national planning standards, there are some slight differences in the way that they are put together in terms of the nomenclature. And I noticed that with the new Plymouth plan, at least, a lot of the reference to standards, the effect standards, are in the permitted activity rules, whereas this plan, most of those are referred to up front in terms of the activity status. And I didn't realise when I was asking the questions to the committee regarding Papakoinga that Rule 18 was, of course, is subject to compliance with standards 1 through to 5, I think, as a result of Rule 1. Is that correct? Because all activities are permitted subject to being having compliance with standards 1.
The general buildings and structures
Yes,
rule. Yes. So that applies to all buildings and structures. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So it's not just the 3 matters that are listed under Rule 18 that apply.
No.
Yep. And I can understand that in relation to normal residential units and commercial units, but I just wondered whether you'd had any consideration to the applicability of those general building standards to Papakoinga's development. I mean, isn't that rule setting up Papakoinga to fail the compliance test, and that they won't be a permitted activity if they're required to meet setbacks, building heights, and height to boundary recession planes?
Which, and apologies, which submission point is?
It's not.
Or is
It's
this
not a
just
submission. It's just a question.
Okay. I mean, we worked through in detail, as I mentioned earlier, the standards and thought about them in relation to Papakoinga developments. Some of these land blocks are large, 20 hectares or so.
Yes.
So I guess some of the setback rules won't be, but the larger blocks also have some additional rules around in the landscape chapters, as you noted earlier as well. Yeah. So I guess the consultation with the Marae Committee that the whole of the planning framework achieves what they want to achieve in terms of Papakoinga. At the outset, when we're developing the Papakoinga provisions, the Runanga was quite clear that Papakoinga is not just housing. It's sometimes viewed as just housing. It's also got a commercial element. So that's why those other rules are in there around gross floor area for commercial activities. So that's why that's in there. It's not just residential. It's
I understand that, and I'd categorise those as sort of activity rules, the caps on the activity. But just given that you were involved in preparing the provisions in the Section 32, was there a discussion in the 32 about the appropriateness of bulk and location standards, particularly those captured in standards 1 to 3, to Papakoinga? Was there any explicit discussion?
No explicit discussion that I can recall.
Okay. And just relatedly, where do we find the subdivision rules relating to this zone?
In the subdivision chapter.
Yes, and
of course, as I mentioned earlier, only a small percentage of them are subject to subdivision.
Of course, yes.
Due to their ownership status, but would be in the subdivision chapter.
Yes, and Mr. Smeaton, is it? Sorry, you're doing the subdivision chapter, but that excludes urban zones, your report, doesn't it? And would that exclude the Maori purpose zone, your report?
My report excluded provisions which were specific to non-urban zones, so there are many in there which apply to all zones, and those are still addressed in that report. So in some cases it will.
I think you mean the other way around.
Yes.
Sorry.
You excluded the things that were urban specific, as opposed to non-urban specific.
Yes, correct. Sorry.
That's what your report says.
Yep.
Non-urban. Okay. So there will be some relevant provisions in your plan your report that will relate to the zone.
Some, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that aside. Just come back to you, Mr. McDonnell. The last question that I have is the one I signalled earlier about the NFL rules, which control, obviously, earthworks, vegetation removal, and also building and structures for Papakoinga development. So, and I notice, can you just take us through how NFL R7 would relate to Rule 18 in the zone?
Yes, first of all, as pointed out in my Section 42 report, there's a drafting error with that rule title where it says buildings, this is NFL Rule 7, says buildings and structures, public development, and a special amenity landscape within the Takapū-Wahia precinct. That rule also applies to the Hongaweka zone,
Yes.
as outlined, but so that correction in the 42A report is just to make sure that's reflected in the rule title.
Yes, I
The
appreciated
rule,
that.
the rule itself is there are no changes recommended to it in the hearing stream to, I believe it was, reply.
Yes.
So yeah, that basically within the special amenity landscape, that's applies some additional controls to the underlying zone rules, and makes it a controlled activity, the creation of those buildings and structures with the matters control set out in Rule 7, and that escalates to a restricted discretionary activity and refers back to those policies in that chapter for the sort of landscape considerations if you were to not meet the matters of control.
Yes, so it's a controlled activity where it's in the special amenity landscape or the precinct, but if it's out and has to be outside a identified coastal natural character area or an ONFL, but if it's in the latter, it triggers to restricted discretionary. Okay. And I guess the next question is, are there any ONFLs and special amenity landscapes within the zone?
Yes, there are. Yes, okay. The coastal escarpment around the west of the site is west of the zone has got an outstanding natural feature mapped on it, and there is also a special amenity landscape known as Hongaweka Wairaka, I believe.
Yes.
So yeah, those are additional controls.
Thank you. And that would trigger not only building design but also vegetation removal and earthworks.
Yeah, the plan does, in terms of vegetation removal and earthworks, does provide quite a generous allowance for those activities. So that was this was covered a bit more in the previous hearing stream, but it was an attempt to balance up those Section 6 matters, the ability of Māori to use their ancestral land, as well as the protection of Indigenous biodiversity and landscapes.
Yes, I see that now. 3,000 square metres that is pretty generous. Okay, thank you. Thank you for those clarifications. They're useful.
Commissioner Sinclair.
Thanks, Mr. McNeil. Paragraph 51, this is the Community Correction Facilities submission by Department of Corrections. Can you just take us through a bit more of the detail about how this was discussed with the Marae Committee and then leading to your recommendation in the report?
Yeah, I basically sat down with Jenny Narimu, who you met earlier, we drafted this chapter together in partnership, and we discussed this activity, it's their view that this sort of activity could be appropriate if the government department approached the Marae Committee and agreed that this sort of activity could take place. It was more appropriate for it to be a discretionary activity rather than non-complying activity. So I basically just took their advice on that one, and yeah, it's determined the activity status based on consultation.
Yep. Okay, no, thank you.
One final question. I suspect my colleagues know this already and could tell me, but I'll ask you. Can you go to your revised plan, page 9, MPZS1? I'm interested, a roof picture between 15A with a circumflex on the top. Degrees. What's the A circumflex mean? I've never seen that before.
Sorry, were you looking?
Page 9,
Page 9,
the bottom standard.
Oh, sorry, the revised standard. I get you.
well, you haven't recommended it be changed. So this is adding to my sum of knowledge. I'd never seen that before, and I wondered if you could explain what it is.
15 capital A with the inflection over the top of it.
So apologies. Which is I just arrived at that standard now.
Right.
Just going through my page. Which was
the third to last line on the page, third to last and second to last page, a roof pitch between 15A degrees and 45A degrees.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, that was a cut and paste error. The formatting went haywire, so I'll address that in the reply. Correction.
So I'm not going potty. It doesn't mean anything. It shouldn't be there.
So the A and the inflection should not be there. It should just be 15 degrees. Is that correct? 15 and then superscript 0.
Yes.
In the same way as it is on the other page 10, where it's got it actually written out under the figure, just 15 degrees and 45
yes,
degrees.
Correct. Yes, I'll tidy those up. It's part of the cutting and pasting out of one bit of software and putting it in.
And
something
it's
else.
on page 10 and standard 2 as well.
Standard 2, yes.
A.
Yep.
Yep. So, yeah, find and replace.
Oh, well, that's a relief. Well, we'll stop and have a cuppa. I think that's it for the Hongawika zone. And we'll return to discuss strategic objectives with Ms. Sweetman, but we'll break for 15 minutes, restart at 11 o'clock. We'll resume the hearing. Ms. Sweetman, you have the floor about strategic directions.
Thank you, Chair. I have no presentation or speaking notes, so I'm happy to answer any questions. Apart from you will have received the statement from the Guardians of Pawatanui Inlet and their other name, the Trust, who have said that they are comfortable with my recommended amendments. So the Te Awarua o Porirua Harbour and Catchments Community Trust and the Guardians of Pawatanui Inlet. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. First, point relates to your discussion of Forest and Bird Submission 22529 at page 36 and following. And this is in fact linked to the following section on RE01 about what precisely is the character of the rural environment. That in question, and you've recommended replacement and the objective of shifting it from rural to non-urban. The question that was going round in slow circles in my mind was, I look at some of the backdrop of the city and its green hillsides. I look at other parts of the backdrop, such as from, as I was cruising down Transmission Gully from the north over the city, and you look over towards Pekarare Farm and heavily forested background. In terms of the backdrop being open, is it worth saying as part of the introduction to the strategic chapters that that there are parts of the backdrop that aren't open and that are valued because they're not open?
Are you talking not within, you're talking about not within the objective itself, but within
Within an introduction.
the introduction?
Because, and that would, and the sorry for the confusing way I've introduced this, and that seemed to me to be a way to address, in part at least, the forest and bird concern that we're not giving any recognition to the contribution of Indigenous biodiversity to the character of the rural areas.
Oh, it's a matter I think I'd need to give some thought to, Chair. Obviously, we've had the discussion previously about the plan being read as a whole. I certainly could mention about there are some parts of the rural landscape that have biodiversity on them, Indigenous biodiversity, but obviously there's also large swathes which are pasture and equally large swathes which are plantation forestry.
And they all contribute to the rural character.
They do, yes.
And because the concern that I had looking at the objectives was, if you define the rural character as solely about the open parts,
Yeah.
that is, well, it's almost the opposite to Forest and Birds objective, where you're actually encouraging the non-open bits to be flattened without consideration of the potential effects on that on character.
I understand what you're saying.
I think Commissioner, unsurprisingly, Commissioner
Yes.
Williams has a view on the landscape and implications of what I've just put to you.
I actually looked at that wording and thought about it myself, and in fact I would interpret open as being undeveloped. You know, that is actually less about pasture versus bush-clad, but open as an undeveloped. I admit that probably if you got 50 landscape architects together, you might get 50 interpretations, but and maybe it's not a commonplace interpretation, but generally that is what
That
I
was
would
the
assume.
intent.
That was the
yes.
intent, that's
Yes.
right.
So undeveloped, one with not many structures present.
Yes, I mean, it does get tricky, unbuilt, undeveloped.
So if I was to have a look at, and maybe that's more looking at the second sentence of the introduction, if I was to reference with generally unbuilt environment or something like that.
That was the sort of thing that I had in mind, that I hadn't talked to the Commissioner beforehand, it's...
Yes, I wonder if some wording that actually includes, pasture and I don't know, I'm not entirely convinced about Indigenous biodiversity, but bush-clad or vegetation cladding might provide a context for those sort of more abstract nouns.
Well, if you look at that objective at the moment, the fourth one, provides an open backdrop to the city, which suggests you're going to flatten everything that's not open to achieve that objective, which I don't imagine is what you had in mind.
No.
So I think between the Forest and Bird submission and the Guardian's submission, there is plenty of scope. So I think the way I would leave it is to invite you to think about how you might capture the fact that the backdrop is not solely open, and that's not actually what you want everywhere. And maybe it's should it be, rather than provides an open backdrop, should it be maintains? Maintains where it currently exists.
I'll have to consider the scope for changing it to maintain, sir, but I can certainly consider it.
And paragraph 54, your response to the Aggregate and Quarry Association, you're saying that the risk sensitivity is sufficiently addressed under FC03. FC, of course, is short for functioning city. You think that there's any risk that that could be read as limited to the urban parts of the city?
I would hope not, because the rest of those strategic objectives and functioning city also apply to the whole city.
Yes,
And yeah, there is no limitation in any of those strategic objectives in FC or in the introduction that would suggest that it would only apply to the urban area.
Yes, the reason I reached for this, my trusty copy of the NPSUD and objectives talking about well-functioning urban environments. Or maybe I just invite you to think about whether that is sufficiently clear.
I consider it as.
Okay. Commissioner Sinclair, since I left you the last time.
I had one question of clarification between the strategic directions that are addressed in this report, but then when you go to the FUZ report, there's a number of strategic matters, objectives addressed in there. Why is that?
I address those particular ones within the FUZ report because they are specific to the FUZ. So it was appropriate in that context, in my opinion, to consider them all together. And we've done similar with other topics such as those around heritage and natural environment.
That was me on. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams, any more? Commissioner McMahon?
No, none for me.
Oh, that's it from us.
Thank you.
Will we return to the FUZ?
Not till tomorrow.
Excitement knows no bounds. Mr. McDonnell, swapping, I think, to rural zones. And I apologise in advance that my roots in the Deep South may emerge whenever I keep talking about rural zones.
Yeah, like Ms. Sweetman, I don't have a statement prepared as such, but well, actually no, sorry, I do have a statement of supplementary evidence, which does point out that there are several matters that appear not to be in contention. They are outlined in this is in terms of expert evidence. from Rural Contractors New Zealand and Waka Kotahi. I appreciate that there's other matters that are in contention, and there's been at least one submit a statement tabled by Milmac Homes, which I've read, which is certainly in contention. So I'm just happy to take questions on the Section 42A report.
A question for you. While in the schedule we have you first and then Mr. Whitaker, should we, on the basis that you're relying on his evidence rather than the reverse, assuming he's on the line, should we hear from Mr. Whitaker first? Over to you.
Absolutely, yeah, that's fine. I believe he is on the line, Ash.
Good morning.
In that case. Mr. Whitaker, are you out there?
I am. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
You can. So over to you. Is there anything you want to highlight in your evidence before we ask you some questions?
Perhaps just be useful to provide a quick overview, summary, and then there is just one point.
Mr. Whitaker, your sound seems reverberating. I'm not sure whether that's your technology or our technology. Like we can hear you, it's just a bit distorted.
I'll just try without my headphones. Does that come across more?
Yes, that is better. Thank you.
Okay. So perhaps I'll just provide a brief sort of introduction, and then there is just one note of correction that I'd like to draw the panel's attention to. So my evidence relates to the transport effects arising in response to the submissions on the proposed district plan rural zones. In considering submitters' requests for changes to the current PDP zoning, my analysis is drawn from the original rural road assessment study undertaken by my company on behalf of council in 2019-2020, which informed the current PDP zoning. This methodology that was adopted was designed to provide a consistent assessment that could be applied across a number of locations and draws from a range of criteria, including road carriageway formation, that is fundamentally carriageway width versus traffic volumes, access and connection to the primary road network, along with road and route safety, which includes a review of the crash history and consideration of the Waka Kotahi Transport Agency's infrastructure risk rating, which takes account of a number of key road features, including alignment, adjacent land use, access and intersection density, as well as traffic volumes. The analysis essentially provides a traffic light system as to where roads can accommodate additional traffic growth from new development in their current form without mitigation. As I say, there was one point I would just like to draw the panel's attention to, a point of correction at paragraphs 18 to 20 of my evidence, wherein I refer to submitter 232, Jason Alder, on the property at 272A Belmont Road, connecting via Murphy's Road. Now, further review of the subject property indicates that this would achieve access via Belmont Road rather than Murphy's Road to the east. However, this does not change the outcome of my assessment to retain the current PDP zoning, since Belmont Road, in an equivalent manner to Murphy's Road, is only formed to a 4 metre width or less and has a high infrastructure risk rating. It is therefore, in my view, unsuitable in its current form to accommodate additional traffic. So based on my assessment, I recommend that from a transport perspective, the proposed PDP zoning changes sought by submitters for properties accessing off Pikariri Street, Grays Road, Lower Paikokariki Hill Road, that is south of the Jones deviation, and the property at 1221 Moonshine Road can be accepted. And in all other cases, I recommend the current PDP zoning remain unchanged. Would you take any questions?
Commissioner Sinclair.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker, we went and drove up Belmont Road yesterday just to get an indication of what the lay of the land was like. You've just said, well, it's got about a 4 metre wide carriageway. Is that
Yes,
right?
although correct. I mean, obviously it does vary through the alignment. Yeah.
Sorry. What about the actual width of the road? Is it a standard 20 metre road reserve through there, and it's only that it's got a 4 metre carriageway?
Yeah, I guess from an assessment perspective, what we've focused on is the formed road width. So whilst the road reserve will undoubtedly be a lot wider, I suppose from our assessment perspective, we're looking at what additional traffic could be accommodated in the road's present form, i.e. without any widening being undertaken.
Okay, thank you.
So there will be opportunities on some of these routes to widen, but then there would be associated costs involved. And
Can I just interpose, because you've just hit on the question I was going to ask you? How easy or hard and how cheap or how costly would it be to widen these roads?
yeah, I suppose again it would depend on the particular sections where we've got open, sort of relatively flat land without any physical obstructions either side, gullies or streams or so on. It would be, well, obviously still an expense associated with that, where the alignment sort of meanders through more hillside terrain and cutting and benching and so on of batter either side of the road, then obviously costs would increase commensurately.
But you haven't undertaken any systematic assessment of that.
Correct. No, all we've done is focused on, with no mitigation to the current road carriageway, how suitable is it in accommodating any uplift in traffic volume.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinclair. I interrupted you.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker, are you in a position to be able to tell us about the upgrading of State Highway 58 from Transmission Gully through to Hutt City Council? So going in an easterly direction, and where that's at relative to the current situation in the district plan timeline.
I can, I suppose, in doing that, I'm sort of drawing from what information is available from the Wakakatahi website and press releases. So my understanding as of now is that the Belmont Road would have or at the point where Belmont Road connects onto State Highway 58, this will be restricted in the future to a left turn in, left turn out with a central white barrier. The Murphy's Road and Flighty's Road four-way intersection at State Highway 58 will be upgraded to a roundabout, as will the Moonshine Road current T intersection will be upgraded to a roundabout. And Mulhern, similar to Belmont Road, would be a left in, left out only with a central median barrier preventing right turns.
Sorry, could you clarify that last bit? Sorry,
So Mulhern Road.
Mulhern, thank you.
Yeah, between Flighties and Moonshine would be left in, left out.
How far does the barrier continue east from Belmont Road? Proposed
through to the new roundabouts at Murphy's and Flighties.
Right, and then would that barrier be continued right through to Moonshine Road?
That correct.
Right. And then from a traffic perspective, what impact would that have on the development either side through that area, which is, my understanding, is primarily future urban zone?
Correct. From an access perspective, I suppose, where its movements at side intersections are restricted to a left in, left out only arrangement, then associated traffic would have to use the adjacent roundabouts to undertake U-turns to then route east or west, depending on where those trips originate or are destined for.
Okay. Going to ask this question anyway, even though I know who I should be asking it to, but they're not in front of us. So I'll ask you: has the design of the roundabouts and has that proposed for this area? Has that taken account of the future urban zone development of in that area, or is it based on it remaining rural or rural lifestyle, whatever it happens to be zoned at the moment?
I'm not sure.
That's all right. We can, I think Wakakotari are going to appear.
No, they've
No?
tabled. No, they are going to appear.
Oh, okay. Well, if they happen to be listening, yeah,
Ms. Jones will appear.
yeah. Well, if they happen to be listening in on this, I suppose we could forewarn them that it'd be good to try and understand that. Right. Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. I didn't have anything further for you. Thank you.
I had two questions for you, Mr. Whitaker. The first is your assessment of Moonshine Road. In the lower section, is the current state of Moonshine Road adequate to service the Brands facility as proposed to be expanded?
Certainly that lowest portion between the Brands access and what would be the new roundabout completed the State Highway 58 intersection has a good level of capacity within the existing formed carriageway width to accommodate current traffic flows and some future growth. I'm not exactly across the volume increases that will be expected at the Brands facility, but I would anticipate that there is a reasonable residual capacity within that initial portion of Moonshine Road as far as the brand's access, if that answers your question.
Thank you. And the second question relates to the Milmac development, where you've assumed maximum theoretical capacity of 81 new lots and said, in effect, there's not enough capacity in the road at that section for that. Mr. Binns has pre-circulated his statement that says their scheme plan is 17 lots and that the hillside effectively precludes more intensive development than that, notwithstanding what it might theoretically be possible. What would your view be, given that Mr. Binns' logic was, as you recorded, scope for 200 new lots, 172 provided, which would seem to leave room for 17?
Well, I suppose in reading the original submission, we've made some assumptions. Given I don't recall there was a specific number of lots identified in the original submission that could be or were proposed to be established.
Can I say I'm not criticising you for taking the submission as at face value. What I'm saying is, if you were to be advised that what's now proposed is 17 lots, would that alter your view?
I think that a reduction in the quantum of associated traffic movements that associated with that reduced lot could potentially alter my view. It would be useful probably just to understand a little bit more about where the access could be achieved from that site onto Waikakuriki Hill Road, given that section to the north of the Jones deviation does in certain locations have quite a meandering alignment that could be challenging in terms of achieving adequate sight lines at such an access. But yeah, from a traffic perspective, the reduction in the number of lots could potentially alter my view on whether or not that would be appropriate to consider the rezoning.
All right. Mr. Binns has provided a plan which shows where he's suggesting the access be. Can I ask Mr. McDonnell to liaise with Mr. Whitaker to firm up on his recommendation, both in that regard as part of the council reply?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can do so. I'll also have to run a planning lens over that as well, because the reason why I had to assume 81 lots is there was no evidence otherwise, and I had to take a consistent approach across these rezoning proposals. I would note that 2 hectare minimum lot size is a controlled activity, so that's why we had to be conservative and assume 81 lots, because that's as of right.
Same. I give you the same answer as I gave Mr. Whitaker. I'm not criticising you for taking a broadly expressed submission as at face value, but I do want to get your updated view in light of the additional information Mr. Binns provides. In other words, you don't need to be defensive. I understand exactly what you did and why. Mr. Williams, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. I've just got one point, if you could clarify, on Waikakuriki Hill Road, the Jones deviation. I'm assuming that the change in status of, or the width of the carriageway of Waikakuriki Hill Road happens north of the northern end of the Jones deviation. I mean, given the Jones deviation is sort of a little arc off the road.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. So where it loops back in at the north, it's to the north of that, where the carriageway does narrow down.
Thank you.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes, just a couple of wrap-up questions from me, Mr. Whitaker, and the rather large picture ones. Just going back to the methodology in the rural road assessment, with the three factors that were present in that methodology, the road carriageway formation, access to the network, and the RRS, the road and route safety, was there any one of those factors that had greater importance in your assessment than the others, or were they all treated equally?
I think in particular, road width probably had a primary bearing.
Yes.
On the basis that where we don't have sufficient formed width to accommodate those two-way traffic movements.
Yes.
Then that immediately sort of raises some safety issues.
Thank you for that. I anticipated that might be your answer, and that segues nicely onto my second question, and that is, certainly appreciate your position in terms of the current situation in terms of road width. Was there a particular threshold within road width that was a cut-off for being for resulting in a recommendation in the affirmative as opposed to the negative?
Yeah, so I suppose in thinking about sort of again coming back to that sufficient width to permit two-way flow of vehicles, taking guidance from the industry standard there in terms of the NZS 4404, which points to a minimum sort of 5.5 metre carriageway width as being ideal in accommodating two-way vehicle movements. So allowing two vehicles to pass without having to significantly reduce speeds.
Yes. But there will be situations, presumably, and I think you've commented on a couple, where the width might be nearing or at around that threshold, but for other factors, such as volumes, etc., even though two-way passing movements might be able to be accommodated, there are other reasons for not recommending in the affirmative.
Correct.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. If and this is my last question, and it's largely hypothetical. So, if the brief was wider and it looked at the theoretical potential to widen roads, in terms of and picking up on Mr. Sinclair's earlier question about the legal road width versus the formation width, might you arrive at, or might a traffic professional arrive at different recommendations based on the theoretical ability to widen?
Yes. If we introduce into the equation, widening out some of these sort of more restricted carriageway, widths.
Yes.
Then certainly that would unlock the ability to accommodate additional growth on the basis that we could achieve those satisfactory widths to support two-way traffic flow.
And then presumably it comes down to the feasibility and the costings of undertaking that, and the land ownership arrangements, the appetite for doing it, how it relates to long-term planning, those sort of things.
That's right. Yes. Yep.
Yes. You're probably not the right person to ask, but it maybe Tori that I'll put this question to, but the focus on the current roading formation and the roading situation in relation to these rural rezonings to largely rural lifestyle zones or settlement zones is a little bit different to the approach adopted with the fuzz zone in my reading of the material. And I'm just wondering why that might be. Whereas the potential for upgrading is a factor that's been built into the structure planning process with the fuzz zones, do you share that explanation, or do you have another reason as to why there's been not a fixation, but an obvious focus on current roading conditions as opposed to potential future roading conditions?
Yeah, so I suppose a lot of these road corridors that we've looked at for the rural zones are reasonably sparsely developed in terms of dwellings. So, there might be a quite a large catchment, but there's not a lot of, residential dwellings connecting off them. I suppose in that sense, guess if you like to call it the benefit cost ratio of actually undertaking significant widening works in a lower density rural residential setting is probably more questionable than if you're undertaking those works in an area that would be more densely populated and serving a larger number of dwellings and other activities.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Whitaker. I understand what you're saying, and I'll just explore that a little bit further from a planning perspective with Mr. McDonnell.
Commissioner Sinclair, do you have a question?
Mr. Whitaker, can I take you back just to that NZS 4404 and the 5.5 metre, the ideal width? I realise that some of these roads are quite steep and whatever, but is that consideration just for motor vehicles, or does that include cycling and pedestrians in terms of that width consideration?
That width consideration is primarily focused on vehicles.
Okay. Thank you.
One parting shot from me, Mr. Whitaker. Did you assess Willowbank Road as part of your assessment?
No, we didn't.
It may be because it's a private road. There was a very large gate in front of it when we visited yesterday, but I just thought I'd better ask you before you escape from view.
Yeah, I'm aware of a history of Willowbank Road.
So you can't tell us. That's fine. I think that's all we have for you, Mr. Whitaker. Obviously, you're very welcome to listen in as we talk. We have a chat to Mr. McDonnell. Before we start discussing your 42A report, Mr. McDonnell, I should record for the record that because of the overlap between the Willowbank consenting process in which my colleague Commissioner McMahon is involved and the rural zone provisions governing quarries, he will be not absenting himself but taking no part in our consideration of that issue as it relates to your report.
Yep, understood.
Now, since I diverted you, you told us you had no prepared statement. Do you want to go straight to questions on your rural zone?
Please.
Well, in that case, I'll ask Commissioner Sinclair to go first.
Thank you. Paragraph 54. This is in relation to response to submissions and particularly the capacity of Murray Road, and the council is undertaking pre-notification engagement on a structure plan to rezone that northern portion of the Northern Growth area. Could you tell us a bit about that and where it's at? How does it fit within the either this, I don't know, when is it anticipated that the plan change or whichever way you're going to do it might come before this panel or another panel? Yep.
Absolutely. So first of all, the council hasn't made a decision on when it will be, when or if it will be notified, but we are working with several landowners to the southeast of Porirua Bay on a structure plan that meets the criteria set out in Appendix 11 of the plan to explore a full upzoning of that site.
Right.
And it is our intention to notify that in August, a variation for a full rezoning of that land.
Right, so that would come in at the same time as
I'll
the
just
variation?
interrupt there.
Yep.
I'm the lead officer for that variation.
Oh, right, that's helpful.
So you can ask me questions as well about it. It is not a full rezoning of the site of that sort. It is certainly only part of the site that's proposed to be rezoned. Some of the sites would remain rural lifestyle is the current plan for it.
Right, that's in relation to Murray Road?
In terms of Murray Road and
Right.
Mount Welcome.
Okay. Possibly both of you then. If your recommendation adhere, which page 12, which is rejection of the submissions which are seeking that rezoning. Is there any evidence that has come before us and that you've had the opportunity to see, or even if it's not evidence, at least a submission about what these submitters think in terms of that, what you've just described to us, and then what we might know, so we could take account of that in our making decision on this matter?
So the submitter seeking rezoning on Murray Road hasn't put forward any evidence, and I understand isn't appearing before the panel to present any. I included that paragraph to, for want of better words, to address the elephant in the room, that we're looking at a large residential rezoning that possibly has connection to that road. So it was more to set out the context for, why is it not appropriate to consider a rural residential rezoning, but on the other hand, the council's considering a full upzoning of what could be up to 1,000 homes on, which might partially have access to that same road. So paragraph 54 was my attempt to basically set out that there's a whole bunch of water that needs to go under the bridge before any properties get access to Murray Road, and there will have to be substantial investment because, as Mr. Whitaker's evidence points out, there's known capacity and safety issues on Murray Road.
Right. So, but isn't this kind of a wider matter then for all of those areas in the Northern Growth Zone where not just in relation to Murray Road, but to the other SCAFE and whoever, if any of those people up that way have got a submission in for a rezoning, a full upzoning, do we have anything from any of those submitters in relation to this rural?
No evidence.
No
I've
evidence.
seen. This was
So it's
just an attempt to put some context around the future of Muri Road, which
Yep.
yeah.
Well, cutting to the chase, do you foresee a situation where, as you say, the water flows under the bridge? It's going to have to flow quite fast if the council's going to be notifying a variation in August. That would cause you to reconsider your recommendation for this particular RLZ request, because the corollary of the upzoning is a commitment by somebody to upgrade Muri Road.
So just referring to Mr. Whitaker's evidence, the map on page 7, I believe it is, of his maps. It shows the capacity of Muri Road being pretty good for the initial part, and then well under capacity for the length of Muri Road. If this rezoning, if these landowners do manage to secure access and undertake all of the upgrades needed to, not just intersections with Muri Road, but intersections with State Highway 59, there still leaves a considerable length of Muri Road to the north of that site that would still be under capacity. So I guess for me to change my recommendation, I'd need to see some evidence that road capacity would be provide safe access to the property, which is at the northern end of that Muri Road. So we could get a case where the road is upgraded, a couple hundred metres further down the road to the north, but then it's still under capacity to the north of that.
Sorry, Commissioner. Please proceed.
Okay. So if then I move down to paragraph 57 on the same page 9, and this is in relation to the Judgeford Heights submission for rezoning with direct access directly onto State Highway 58. Could you, in 57, you talk about that Ms. Sweetman, in terms of addressing the future urban zone, came to one recommendation and you to another. Could you, or both of you, explain just trying to understand what the difference is?
Absolutely. Yep. I'll have an attempt, but jump in, Ms. Sweetman. So I guess the zoning type is different in that a rural lifestyle zoning is a live zoning, where a future urban zone is a deferred zoning. So to use my earlier analogy, for something to go from a future urban zone to in this case, it's a industrial type land use. There needs to be a further more water to go under the bridge and a further traffic assessment.
Yeah, but for Judgeford Heights, when they're seeking the rezoning, what are they seeking the rezoning from and to? Can I'll start with that?
Yeah. Do you have their submission in front of you?
No, I don't. But
I'll just bring it up and describe it. So submission 200, they provide the submitter provides a map on the page 8 of their submission. So they're seeking that a portion of their site be rezoned from the current general rural to future urban zone. So approximately, say 10 to 15% of the site, with the balance being rezoned as rural lifestyle zone.
So sorry, they're seeking it. It's all the whole lot's general.
Currently, the whole thing's general rural.
And what are they doing for 10%? They want
future urban zone, crudely, and then the balance up into the hills is rural lifestyle zone.
So it's what you're talking about is the rural lifestyle zone part and the roading capacity in relation to that. Correct, right?
Yeah, so it's a similar to Murray Road that the eventual development of that site and the full live upzoning of the future urban zone will require a detailed traffic impact assessment. It may well be the case that when that work takes place, which is likely to be at least 5 to 10 years away, the rezoning of that site could be considered from a transport perspective with the benefit of all that investment. And but at the moment, there's nothing in the long-term plan and Waka Kotahi have indicated they would not provide any access. So,
So, Ms. Sweetman, your reason for what? Your reason for what is it that your reason for?
That it meets the criteria set out in FUZ P1 for inclusion, P11 in particular for inclusion within the future urban zone. It is identified in the growth strategy as being future urban,
Right.
but had been omitted. And
traffic is not one. Traffic or transportation is not one of the things.
It's not one of those criteria, but I do note, and I explain it in my Section 42A report, obviously, I'm also recommending the removal of some parts of the fuzz from Judgeford Flats as well.
Yep.
Obviously, Waka Kotahi were involved in the Porirua growth strategy in terms of identifying where such a area of industrial development may occur. And I've subsequently endorsed the regional growth framework as well, which also includes it.
Okay.
So one would hope that it is factored into their planning for the upgrade of State Highway 58.
It's an issue for the fuzz, but is the fact that it was omitted just an error along the way, or is this is the submission and your recommendation a reconsideration of the issue rather than fixing an error?
That's a very good question. I wasn't involved in setting those fuzz boundaries in the first instance, and I'm unclear as to why this site and a few other sites were not included.
Sorry, Commissioner, where you go.
Writing down questions for Waka Kotahi.
Yep.
Just while you're doing that, Ms. Sweetman, one of those other sites that was included in the Growth Strategy 2012 and was omitted is the Silverwood site too, I believe.
You're talking about the 2019 growth strategy, Mr. McMahon?
Well, I wasn't actually. I thought it was 2012, but I'm happy to stand correct.
2018, no.
So the 2018 growth strategy, which is the current one for Porirua, with like Waka Kotahi been involved in the development of the regional growth framework. The Silverwood site is identified, I believe, as a potential future residential site, which is a qualifier to the other sites like our Northern Growth Area, for instance, which is confirmed as a future.
And if you read the growth strategy as a whole, the only place that Silverwood is mentioned is on that plan, that map in particular, and it is not discussed elsewhere. So as Mr. McDonnell said, it is just identified as a potential growth area.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sinclair, back to you. Finished writing questions for Waka Kotahi.
Paragraph 69, and referring to Appendix E, it refers to could accommodate the farmers adjacent to the wastewater treatment plant. On the plan in Appendix E, where is the wastewater treatment plant?
The wastewater treatment plant is the northernmost site zoned.
What colour is it?
General rural, so a dark green.
So it's that large site.
The big
and
one
to the
Yeah, the big one to the north of the yellow one.
to the north of the yellow hatching. Right.
This one?
Correct.
So, and there's a designation over that piece of land.
Yes, there is. I'm just bringing it up on my. It's. I'll just give you the reference. Wastewater treatment plant, designation PCC 22.
And then it's 74, just when it talks about there being no complaints, this is in relation to odour or anything in relation to this 5 hectare lot subdivision. Was there no complaints covenant in the?
I'm not
consent?
sure. I'd have to check the consent conditions.
While we're there, can you identify where on this map that 5-lot subdivision is?
The 5-lot subdivision is the so to the red hatched area is I'm not exactly sure on which runs of the 5. There might be another because it looks to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 there. I'm not sure which ones of those are historical, but which of the 5. But it's generally in that area at the end of Picareri Street. There's hashed red is one portion, and then on the other side of the road there's another couple lots. So those, as I understand it, those consent was obtained a few years ago for a 5-lot subdivision, which is discretionary activity under our operative plan.
I wonder if...
I don't think they're built out yet. They're just vacant at the moment.
I wonder if...
I'm not sure about that.
If rather, you're obviously reaching Mr. McDonnell, if we could ask you to give us a map.
Absolutely, I can do that.
Just on this map as well, then the yellow piece is what the submitter's seeking to retain as general rural.
No, I think it's that's the bit that Mr.
Officer's
Stevenson's
recommendation.
trying to rezone, and Mr. McDonnell is recommending not to be rezoned.
So this is the yellow bit is your bit. So you're suggesting that that remains rural?
Correct.
Yeah.
Those are my
That
recommendations.
the red bit remains rural,
Correct.
and that the blue bit is upzoning from general to rural lifestyle.
Yeah, correct on all counts. The only reason the map differentiates the yellow and red is for the two different
Different
submitters,
submitters, yeah,
183 and 66.
And then, so they're both seeking, well, the blue bit's that ties into the special amenity landscape or ONFL, where these, although the lines are rather straight.
No, I followed the lines of the relief sort.
Okay.
So that I should just clarify the underlying colour there, the beige colour, has been altered from the PDP to indicate a recommendation to rural lifestyle. So if you look on the current maps, it would be green under the blue hashed area. Does that make sense?
No, can you say again?
So the just lost my map. The blue hashed area is currently general rural, and I'm recommending it be rezoned to rural lifestyle.
So it's general rural under the PDP.
Correct.
And
Notified PDP.
so you're upzone, and the bit in front of that, to the right of the blue part, that is already
rezoned in the
rural
proposed
lifestyle
plan.
in the PDP.
Correct.
So the blue bit's the bit that you're recommending be added. Okay.
Correct.
And there's any ONL, ONFL, all of that sort of thing would just be an overlay that would fall over the top of that.
Yeah, there is no landscape overlay over that bit of land. The special amenity landscape is further up the hill towards Belmont Ridge, which will be to the right of that blue hashed area.
Yep. So that rezoning part is follows the ridge line sort of thing, does it?
Yeah, it generally follows the kind of a plateau on the farm that if you drive along. Yeah. Apologies, has the panel been up to the site yet?
Three of us have.
Yes.
Okay.
Not Commissioner McMahon.
Right. You might have. Yeah. It's basically the farm, that main farm access road kind of runs through the guts of it there.
The paragraph 85 and 86 that you're rejecting that. Just in terms of it's currently non-complying for schools under those rules, and the Ministry of Education want it discretionary. Just in terms of the background, are most of the schools in Porirua state-run schools, are they designated?
Yes, they are.
If they're subject to designations, I'm trying to understand why they're seeking that they want discretionary activity status rather than non-complying. Do you recall anything in their submission to explain why?
There's only one school I'm aware of in the existing rural area, and that's in Pawatahanui. So I guess the submitter's seeking if there was a future school to be established in the rural area, say in Judgeford, that it would have a discretionary activity status.
Right.
They could, of course, apply for a designation.
Paragraph 126. This is just because we've strayed into noise. Can you... We've heard the noise chapter,
Yes, we have.
and did anything in relation to noise in the rural area come up that you recall at that time?
I'll ask my colleague, Mr. Sweeten, as the reporting officer, to rack his brain.
I can't recall at the moment whether there was anything. I think our technical expert did give some guidance around notional boundaries and whether or not the 20-metre notional boundary around residential dwellings should be maintained or whether it should be measured at the boundary. But the exact detail of that, I'd have to come back to you on.
No, that's fine. If I move on, Mr. McDonnell, to the further sort of 128 to 130, those paragraphs. The 500 metre setback, have you considered that as just when I looked at the submissions, it seemed to be in relation to blasting? Is that how you understood it?
I believe so. I think the 500 metre setback is a recommended mitigation for blasting under I believe it's a British guide to establishing quarries.
Right.
But I don't think the submitter specified where they arrived at 500 metres.
Right. Does the same standard apply, or is it necessary for the same standard to apply where you're operating a quarry that doesn't do blasting?
I'm really not an expert in the mitigations for either noise or blasting. My point is that new quarries would be a restricted discretionary activity, and these matters could be considered as part of that restricted discretionary resource consent.
Right.
And they might apply a 500 metre buffer. They might look at the whatever they look at, topography, prevailing winds, and apply a larger buffer.
All right. In terms of the paragraph 130, you set out three things there about the national planning standards, the mineral extraction providing jobs, etc., and the mineral resources in the open space and rural zones. And what, yes, 32, that objective is in the RPS. Is that about the demand for minerals is met from resources in close proximity to the areas of demand? Is that objective further specified in any of the policies in the RPS?
Oh, I'd have to. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Apologies. I'd have to have a quick have to have a quick read or possibly respond through the reply.
Yep. Reply's fine. If you could address it in there. It seems that some of the submitters were seeking I think in some cases, prohibited activity status almost for quarrying or mineral extraction. In Porirua, you're saying that it's in the rural zones and the open space zone that the identified mineral resources have been identified as being in those places. So, did you give any consideration to a specific quarry zone or anything like that?
No, I believe I'll find the paragraph reference where the submitters sought a policy. I think it's paragraph 142. So both various submitters sought that council have a policy on mining and extraction policy, which I think could be a good idea because we obviously need aggregates to deliver on our council's outcomes, including housing and providing roads to housing. And there's some evidence that having a quarry close as possible to the source or to the destination of that aggregate can reduce their emissions instead of trucking it in from out of town, for instance. So I think it would be something that council could explore, but for me that is more of a spatial strategy type solution where you'd proactively identify areas that have suitable aggregate and consult with the community on how do we balance that up with the values that exist in the area, and then we come up with a preferred quarrying mining area within the city. So I guess that would be sort of a proactive approach to planning. Possibly it's something that will come under the Spatial Planning Act, but at the moment the PDP basically says that the rural zone is the only appropriate place for mining and extraction to take place. It's the only, along with the open space zone, one of the only places where these materials actually sit. So it takes an effects-based approach rather than a proactive one. Apologies. I'll note that there is also material in the Hongaweka zone as well. That's the other closed quarry in Porirua that is on the coastal escarpment north of Hongaweka. So
in the ONL.
Yes.
Which is on that map on page 22. Which line is the ONL line? The dark blue or the
it's
dashed?
Yeah, apologies, it's difficult to see, but the ONFL is the all of the purple outline is the
right.
Is the sort of seaward boundary of it, and the blue line is the inland boundary of that ONFL.
Which blue line? There are two.
Or is it the purple line on the right-hand side, bottom right-hand of that map?
No, that purple line on the bottom right hand is. I'm not sure what that is. I'm sorry. Yes, yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. I think that could be the outline of the Taupo Swamp outstanding natural feature. So yeah, the outstanding natural feature basically that the top of the Māori purpose zone, Hongaweka zone, is a grey shaded finger that runs up the coast, and that's almost entirely within the outstanding natural feature. coastal escarpment. So you can kind of make out in the underlying aerial where there's some benching where the quarrying took place on that escarpment, and then it was trucked around the coast and crushed in Hongaweka village. I believe it closed sometime in the 90s.
The those submitters that are seeking quarrying and mining, extraction, etc., to be either prohibitive or non-complying, how would that request sit with the requirement for the plan to give effect to the RPS with the one objective that you've identified and the other parts that you might well come back to us on?
Yeah, in my view, it does not align with Objective 31 of the RPS, which says the demand for mineral resources is met from resources located in close proximity to the areas of demand. So that indicates to me there's regional guidance that we should be at least providing a consenting pathway somewhere in Porirua for these activities. And a prohibited activity status obviously is a bit of a sledgehammer and needs a high level of evidence to justify it. We don't have any prohibited activities in our plan at the moment.
Paragraph 161, page 26, and through to 164. This is the defining the activity, and this is for a rural contractor depot. This is a threshold for on-site staff of 5. And I was just I'm trying to understand how that number of staff, if it's a depot, then I'm assuming most of the staff don't actually work there. They actually work off-site as a rural contractor, roads, whatever, farm tracks, fencing, or whatever they happen to be doing. For it to have 5 staff on site would have to be a rather large undertaking. So I just, how does the 5 staff on site for that type of activity relate to the potential effect or whatever of those types of activities?
Is it permanently on site, or the number of staff there at 7:30 in the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is the relief sought by the submitter, and I thought it was appropriate to have a threshold on staff, seeing it's a permitted activity. At some point, you need to, operation would get unwieldy, and there'll be traffic volumes that would require a resource consideration through a resource consent. I thought 5 was, broadly in line with other permitted activities in the plan, such as I'll have to look up the numbers for a home business activity. The home business is 1 staff member who lives off site. Visitor accommodation is maximum number of paying visitors per night is 10 people. So, it's in the... Yeah, there's no real evidence behind it, apart from that's what the submitter sought, and in my view, it's an appropriate permitted activity threshold.
Is it appropriate to make it clear whether that's at any given time or through the working day? It seemed to be brewing up for an interpretation argument otherwise.
Yeah, possibly. I can consider that and come back through the right of reply.
While we're on that subject, you considered a limit to the number of vehicles or machines that are stored on site.
Or is, I don't know, the number of off-site traffic movements, is that could that be used? Is that used elsewhere in the plan? In terms of it being a rural contractors thing, it's not the number of people staying there. I would have thought it might actually be.
I think the
what are the offside effects?
Other activities in the plan with, I believe, generally use the number of employees on site as a proxy for vehicle movements rather than specifying a trigger for vehicle movements. But the transport chapter, I guess, does have triggers for a high trip generating activity that are a lot higher. But
if you
generally
think
for an
about
activity-based rule, we've come up with a number of employees to make it easy.
If you can come back to us on that, they're just musings, really. Yep, I didn't have anything further.
Well, it is 12:27, so I think we might adjourn for lunch and we'll come back and carry on talking about rural zone provisions. Back at, we'll say 1:15. We'll resume the hearing. Mr. Maxwell, I've asked you this question before, but on the never say die principle, can I ask you to look at your paragraph 43 rather? Is a submission phrased as further other amendments as considered appropriate and necessary to do something, a valid submission? Does it tell us what the relief is? Could further submitters conceivably understand the scope of relief that would admit?
It is fairly vague. Yeah, I would have hoped that some of the submitters could give some further context as to what they mean. But yes, it strikes me as a bit of a catch-all submission point.
Basically, anything else we can think of later, which is always nice if you can get away with it. But,
yep.
But as I say, think on.
Okay.
The next question I had to you relates to your paragraph 58. And you're paraphrasing Mr. Whitaker's evidence. And basically that you think the zoning should remain unchanged. I took from Mr. Whitaker that he didn't have an issue with 1221 Moonshine Road. It's on a back section. He says the traffic's okay. It didn't look to me like that was in an area of significant flood risk. Like, yes, you could say it's a spot zone, but your reasoning doesn't seem to support its conclusion, that conclusion on any other basis.
As the flood hazard, you're right. It's nowhere near as impacted as the property surrounding it by Powatahanui Stream or its tributaries. So yes, that second bullet point, significant flooding constraints, is limited to the southern portion of the site, not the entire site. That's 1221. My view is still that there is potential for reverse sensitivity issues with the Brands facility. It's not across the road from, but keep losing my map here. It's quite close to the facility.
But it's also on a back section, So the only thing that comes within Kiwi of Brands is the entranceway, which Mr. Whitaker thought was okay.
Yeah, so that's his view from a transport perspective, but my view from a planning perspective remains to retain the rural zoning.
Your discussion of the old agreement with Pakera Farm Limited at 73, and you say, well, it appears to constrain the ability of landowner to subdivide. I think, well, I infer that what Mr. Stevenson is going to tell us is that the implication of that agreement, identifying an area within which subdivision was constrained, was that it wasn't considered that subdivision outside that area was a problem. Therefore, that was the reason why it wasn't constrained. So you're right, of course, that the substance of the agreement doesn't directly bear on it, but it implies a view contrary to the one that you're now recommending.
Yeah, I covered it off because the submitter had it in his submission, but this agreement's 40 years old, and we have, I have to look at this site objectively, and especially with the growth of the city coming up and the strategic importance of the wastewater treatment plant, I think there is a high degree of risk of reverse sensitivity if subdivision was to be allowed next to that site.
And the other thing, while we're on that, looking at Appendix E, first question is, which way is the prevailing wind?
Prevailing wind in Porirua is northwester, as I understand.
Going on to the questions that Commissioner Sinclair was asking you about education facilities. Understand the point about schools and their appropriateness or not in the rural environment. But what about small educational facilities, likes of preschool kindergartens for the local population, the burgeoning local population on rural lifestyle blocks? Daycare.
Yeah, my view is they're not appropriate in the rural zone at a scale greater than a home-based daycare. Our rural zone is not that remote from urban areas where those activities are appropriately located. It's only, sort of 5 to 10 minute drive from those rural roads off State Highway 58 through to Pawatahanui and Whitby. We're different to a more traditional kind of provincial rural area in Southland, for instance.
Now, turning to quarrying, you've said that you're talking about noise. We're, of course, going to receive a fair bit of commentary from the Judge for Environmental Protection Society about noise effects. Do you know what are the measured levels of noise at the homes in the vicinity of the Willowbank Quarry?
No, I don't know the intricacies of that consent, well, either the current consent or the application for the expanded activity. I'm not a noise expert, so I'm not familiar with that.
And turning to the planning response, I was looking at these various provisions, and there's a lot of minimising going on in P5 and internalising as far as practicable, but this policy doesn't give me any sense as to what level of off-site adverse effects is acceptable. And is that a flaw in the policy? So to give you an example, Ms. Blake gives us photos of what she says is damage from quarry blasting. Now, putting aside whether she's correct as a matter of fact, if blasting at a quarry was causing physical damage to a local house, is that beyond the pale? Like if it was more than de minimis? And shouldn't the policy be telling us whether it is or isn't?
Yeah, I really don't want to talk about that particular one, but I'll talk about it in the abstract.
Yes, like I understand
yeah,
that,
I mean,
that there is an overlap.
If it could be demonstrated that a blasting activity from a quarry was damaging a nearby house, that would suggest to me that the effects weren't minimised as far as practicable.
Well, no, it could be minimised as far as practicable, but is it still unacceptable? That's like as you say, this is because we're in a planning environment. At this point, Commissioner McMahon can stick earplugs in his ears. We're in a planning environment. This isn't specific to the Judgeford Quarry, but as a planner, is it acceptable for blasting to cause physical damage to a neighbouring property?
No, I mean I don't believe that's a reasonable effect for an existing landowner to put up with if a quarry comes in and is built next to it. That's quite a more than minor adverse effect on them for sure. As to your original question around the qualifiers as practicable and minimise.
No, not so much that. I can understand as a policy position, but does it also need to say at what level is the end result unacceptable, even if it is as far as practicable or minimised?
I see what you're saying. Can I respond to that in the reply?
Certainly. That I think it is. Like I'm going to ask the Judgeford people the same question, but I think that we would value your response as well. On the specific one, areas of indigenous vegetation are retained where practicable. Does that need to say areas of indigenous vegetation not in an SNA?
No, I don't think so. If it was an SNA, there's a whole policy framework that apply to those. So,
well, as I think Ms. Sweetman's been at pains to to say, yes, you need to read the plan as a whole alongside, but are you, if you don't have that qualification, are you setting up a future argument as to which prevails, which policy prevails?
I don't think so. I mean, if we started to travel down that track of popping in qualifiers that this doesn't apply where this overlay applies with that overlay, it would massively increase the length of the plan, I think. The way the plan works is predominantly spatially, where you zoom into a property on the E-plan and you can see where the overlays are. I don't believe there's a high risk that an applicant or a landowner would not be aware that there was a significant natural area and that area had its own rules framework. So in my view, I don't think that qualifies needed.
So your position is it's not seriously arguable?
No. And there is text at the front of the plan saying it needs to be read as a whole. And
the other question about policies in relation to quarrying activities and mining, does there need to be a specific provision around the number of heavy traffic movements?
yes, the transport chapter would address that as a high trip generating activity. That has a limit on number of truck movements and triggers a consent.
Can you
to the
remember
traffic
what it
system.
is? So I have to confess that I can't. I know it's 500 from residential. Because that...
I'd have to look it up. Don't know off the top of my head. Mr. Smeaton could...
Mr.
handle that,
Smeaton,
so.
yes.
I happen to have that up on my screen at the moment. So there is the catch-all provision for any activity not listed within the table, which is 500 vehicle trips per day.
Sorry, just to clarify, is that would be 250 basically, because is
In and out.
in and out one movement, or is it just one movement's in and one out's one?
Just jogging my memory back from that chapter, I believe that was discussed, and there was some evidence provided by Waka Kotahi where I suggested I recommended some changes to clarify that matter. So I think it would be 250
Times two.
times 2.
Yep. And I remember, because I'm reaching back also, I remember that at least for some purposes there was a formula, an HT movement equals some number of car movements.
Yes.
Does that apply in this context?
From memory, I believe it would. So it was the definition of vehicle movements, which had to set a ratio for heavy vehicles as I can't remember the exact figure now, but there was
3?
I think there was one set at 3, which is sort of a medium-size truck, and then larger truck and trailer units, which were slightly higher than that. I think 5 or 6, but I would have to double check that.
So going back to where I started with Mr. McDonnell, the plan already covers it through that mechanism, and I think that formula was the subject of agreement, wasn't it? Like, it wasn't contested.
I don't believe it was contested. No, I believe it was suggested by Waka Kotahi in their submission, and I had accepted that.
That's my recollection. All right, that's it for me. Commissioner Williams?
Thank you. I'm not quite sure what my question is, but I've been looking at Motu Karaka Point, about which there were a number of submissions. And I guess what I'd like you to do is to unpick your response in paragraph 197 about why you agree with the relief sought, but not for the reason as offered by the submitters. I must say this is the strangest looking rural lifestyle settlement pattern that I've seen for some time. So I would imagine there's some historic background there that I probably don't need to know. But can you just briefly sort of outline the issues, why this raised so many submissions?
Yeah, sure. Excuse me. I guess my first line of thought drafting the plan was that because of this historical pattern of development, it would be appropriate to have provide for a smaller setback that reflects the kind of current pattern of development. That was basically thought of to, enable people who are living there at the moment to build structures that close to the boundary where there's already structures that closely built. It is quite a subjective call, I guess, how big that setback is, and I did go back and forth on it a little bit in my mind, but just the sheer number of submissions on this issue from what is quite a small community show me that there was, that pretty much set out the desired character and amenity values for the area. So I see it as a character and amenity values issue, and that's where I diverge from the submitters in terms of the reasons given, because a lot of the reasons given were around runoff and buildings being located close to boundaries would, have a material impact on the runoff, which I don't agree with. It may have some small a small local effect. Again, I'm not an expert, but it's a huge catchment. So the difference of a building being a few metres closer to a building is not much in the scheme of the flood risk of that whole catchment. It's a matter of what's the desired local character and amenity values, and the community has spoken through these submissions.
Yes. Are we seeing another problem here in terms of flooding that will be addressed in some other part of the plan, or some other, like the focus on flooding? I'm quite surprised, because I would have thought that Grays Road itself would have taken most of the catchment from the upper hills away before it reaches Motu Karaka Point. But this is not the case, or?
I'm not sure of the...
Another question might be, has the council's flood modelling extended to include this area?
No, we haven't modelled this catchment. The reason why we've prioritised the catchments we have, because they're an urban environment where there's already a lot of impervious surfaces, and the plan enables a huge amount more, which will have a material impact on the rate of flooding. And in a rural catchment, with a minimum lot size of 2 hectares, and this is in a special amenity landscape too, which makes it 5 hectares starting point. Is a building and a driveway is pretty minimal in terms of the flood impact. So that's why it's not as critical to model the flood risk and have the same provisions.
That's true, except I noticed you say there are 18 sites that are less than 3,000 square metres, with the smallest being 750 square metres. So, I think the chair's point about flood modelling is quite interesting. I suppose in the end, none of the submitters have chosen to come and speak to the hearing, so perhaps the Section 42A response has satisfied them. But
Yeah, I think so. I was surprised to see so many submissions because I would have thought a more enabling setback would have been good news to those existing landowners. But yeah, they obviously, judging by the number of submissions on that, felt strongly that maintaining 5 metres is appropriate. So
Yes, character. Yes. Thank you.
Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McTow, I'm just going to focus on one aspect of your 42A, and it's really just some clarifications more than anything substantive. And I want to focus on your Appendix C, which is the table which summarises the submission seeking the rezoning to the RLZ. Mm-hmm. And if I can just start by saying I found that table to be really useful I accept it's a summary and the details that we found on the body of the text, but as a comparative assessment of the different factors relating to the 14 or 15 or odd properties, I thought it was a good technique, so thank you for that. In terms of the 6 factors, from the growth strategy right through to suitability of land for other uses and natural hazards and those sort of things, can you tell us what relative weight, if any, that you've placed on those factors in undertaking your overall assessment? The reason I ask that is some of those factors, such as protection of natural environments, natural hazards, are akin to Section 6 matters. But again, I guess amenity overlays, special amenity are probably more of a Section 7 matter. Mm-hmm. And traffic, for example, I'm not too sure where that fits. So my question is, was there any relative weight applied, or was all of the factors applied at equal weight?
Yeah, good question. I guess all those factors are, they're not all constraints as well. Some of them are contextual, some of them are
yes.
Are constraints. I saw the rural road capacity one as being, I gave it quite a bit of weight, and that's because it's fairly black and white, and that's why I had Mr. Whitaker come along, because it's a real go no go as far as zoning goes on some of these rural roads.
Yes, it's interesting you say that, because I did the math over the lunch break, and only 3 of the sites crash out because of the roading capacity issue. And in fact, there are instances where you say no or yes, there is capacity, but it's rejected for other reasons, such as hazard or whatever, and hence my question about the relative weight.
There was no specific weighting I applied in terms of percentages or anything. It was
Is it more implicit?
Yes, I think so. And you're right. If something's, I guess the matters set out in Part 2 of the RMA are implicit in my planning mind when I'm looking through these issues. But no, there's no specific weighting. But for me, the road capacity often turned out to be a go no go. There's not a lot of national or regional direction on rural zoning. It's kind of boils down to, is it not suitable for another land use? And in that context, I think that is quite an important one, because that is there's an MPS around urban development capacity that says we need more land for housing and industrial growth. So that will be I put significant weight on that category, because you don't want something to become subdivided and broken up into fragments that can no longer be redeveloped in the future.
Yes. I presume, I take your point that not all of those factors are constraints. Some of them are about ticking the MPSUD box, and I guess particularly the zoning growth strategy and the proximity to urban areas sort of fit into that category to a certain extent.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay. Just coming back to that earlier question that I put to Mr. Whitaker, and Ms. Sweetman might want to respond to. It seemed to me that it was more important in his view and your view, perhaps, and you can answer yes or no, where these were rezonings from a rural zone to a rural lifestyle or settlement zone, involving essentially a 1 or 2 step approach compared to the approach that Ms. Sweetman's dealing with the fuzz zone, which is, I guess it's akin to a 3-step approach. You identify the fuzz zone, then you go through a structure plan process, and then there's a resource consent process following that. So we'll talk about this with Ms. Sweetman tomorrow, because I want to make sure I understand the mechanics of the fuzz zone, Ms. Sweetman. I think I do, but I just don't want to make some assumptions that are proved to be incorrect. But it seems that P1 is critical in deciding A, whether you're in to start with, and then P2, whether you can get in at a later stage. That's very broad explanation of my understanding of it. But it's interesting that in P1, there are some constraints, but they're really hazards, and it's about protecting important landscapes. But there's nothing like traffic in P1, is there? Whereas P2, it might feature under connectivity, etc. So if you're making a call to upzone from rural to rural lifestyle, and it's only a 1 or 2 step approach, are you saying that's more important to know exactly what the capacity of the road is? Whereas I suspect Ms. Sweetman might say it's more about a theoretical capacity to upgrade the road if necessary with the fuzz, because you've got the protection of those 2 additional processes, the structure plan and the resource consent process at a later stage. So, sorry, it's a long explanation to the question.
I get what you're saying, and that's correct. It's when you go into a live zoning, these especially with the controlled activity status for the subdivision, they can do it immediately as soon as the rules have legal effect. So
that's a low entry status, isn't it?
Yes. And the other thing, I guess, is the future urban zone is built into our growth planning. So the future, the urban growth strategy filters through to our long-term planning and projects that, out 30 years that need to provide infrastructure for that future urban zone, of which we can levy development contributions and developer agreements against.
Sure.
So the infrastructure will get built when
in fact, that
full live zoning.
The change that Ms. Sweetman's recommended to Clause 2 reflects that local developer level agreement provision. Okay. Did you want to add anything to that, Ms. Sweetman? Have I got it completely wrong, or?
I think you're well on track, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
My intent was to run through the chapter tomorrow morning
that would be great.
How it works.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And my final questions, Mr. McDonnell, if I just flick, just while I'm finding my final question, this is going to sound very pedantic, but whilst I said the table on Appendix C was very useful, it could have been more useful if you had replicated the heading columns on subsequent pages. I often found myself flicking across saying, what is that column relating to?
Apologies. That would make it.
There's a little button on Word. You can do that.
Yep.
My last question relates to the 2 zonings that you have recommended for change, and it's in Appendix E. And so that's Pikariri Farm and Kakaho Valley. With the first one, the blue hatched areas, are they, and you may well have answered this in a previous question, I may have missed it, are they following cadastral boundaries, or are they following a mixture of cadastral and natural contour boundaries?
Apologies, I'm just bringing up the map.
Because presumably that follows the boundaries as requested by the submitter.
Yeah, it does follow the boundaries requested by the submitter. Yeah, it is a split zoning. It doesn't follow a cadastral boundary.
Okay. So,
but it is from my knowledge of the site, it does reflect the topography reasonably well.
Yes. I mean, there's some very straight lines and parts of that hatching, particularly towards I presume it's the south, where some interesting geometrical shapes. But then it starts, as you move more toward the north, it sort of wiggles a little bit, doesn't it? Okay.
I could provide as part of the reply an overlay of that that map with the topography, if that's
Yes.
useful.
Um,
Keeping in mind the scope I have as the submitters.
Yeah, it would be useful.
Okay.
And I guess the same applies to Kakaho Valley too. The Quest Project's submission.
Sure.
I'm thinking just about ease of administration at the consent process.
Yeah, it is usually a one of our principles in rezoning is that we follow some sensible boundary, usually cadastral because it lines with ownership. But
Yep. And that was all for me. Thank you for your assistance.
Mr. McDonnell, two final thoughts, both about Milmac. Understand the reasons for your recommendation about the hilltop lots. You obviously heard my questions of Mr. Whittaker and asked him to go away and think about his recommendation in light of what Mr. Binns has told us. Quite apart from that, given the nature of the topography with, in effect, a flat area at road level, it might be below road level, and then a big hillside, is the scope for a recommendation to, or rezoning, to accept in part, to rezone the lower flat area, but not the hillside?
Yes, there is scope. The submitters sought the whole site be rezoned. So,
Well, scope is probably the wrong word. Is there merit? Yes, there's certainly scope, but is there merit?
not in my view. Judging by the original submission from the submitter and the additional statement that they put through, but I'll certainly listen to Mr. Binns' presentation when it comes and with an open mind. But yeah, this is a very large site, and as I mentioned earlier, the starting point for subdivision is now controlled, whereas under the current operative district plan, it's 5 hectares is a discretionary activity. So not only is the minimum lot size being lower, but also the starting point for consent. So that's controlled as of right, cannot be declined by council. We can put conditions on. So I'll be quite even if the submitter says that the intention is only for 13 lots. There's still the starting point is a controlled activity for 2 hectare lots. So I've got that in my mind. If the submitter is seeking, I forget what it is, 13 or 17. I saw both figures in the statement.
I think it was 3, 4 on the flat land, one of which is already consented, and 13 on the hill.
Yeah, so I quickly divided that by 162 hectares, and that's 12, sort of averages out to 12 hectares per lot. And the minimum lot size for the general rural zone is 5 hectares as a discretionary activity. So it strikes me that the submitter could achieve his development under the current settings. So I'd also want to understand why rural lifestyle and why not maintain the general rural zone if the submitters can get the outcomes he's seeking under the current settings anyway.
And the other more general philosophical question that Mr. Binns poses in his presentation, and I accept that there may well be scope issues, but he's effectively queried the statement that the purpose of the rural zone is to provide for production, primary production, saying, well, and pointed to the Section 32 analysis that says between the incursion of urban development and rural lifestyle development on the one side and not so fertile soil and steep hill country on the other, there is now very little primary production in any real sense in the district. And he also queries the focus on, in the rural lifestyle zone, on providing providing for development subject to maintaining primary production, and in effect saying, well, how real is that? Do people with rural lifestyle blocks in this district really want to be running a few animals or cropping anything other than grass? So what's your response? And as I say, we'll take as a given that there's probably no scope to change it. But in terms of providing context for this entire debate, because I think it is relevant to the rezoning requests.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just having to scroll through to look at the scope in relation to those objectives. I do not believe there is broader scope from other submitters, but certainly there's a lot of that submitter's statement that has no scope at all.
Yeah, well, we'll take that as a given.
But just more broadly, I mean, our rural zone does provide for and does currently have primary production activities taking place. I guess whether those primary production, how economic those primary production activities are, is a separate question. There's not a lot of... I've definitely heard from submitters in drafting this plan and rezoning some as rural lifestyle zoning that it is difficult to farm in Porirua. It doesn't have the same infrastructure as other rural areas. There's, if you need a shearer or a fencer, you have to get someone in from up the coast somewhere. But there are productive activities taking place. Forestry, a quarry. There is a role for a general rural zone, and I think enabling primary production activities is an important part of that.
Yeah, I think his point was that this plan goes further than that. It says the whole purpose of this zone is to provide for primary production. He also points, in terms of the issues you said about contractors, he sets out a quote from the Section 32 analysis that says exactly that basically primary production is a challenge in the Porirua district for all of these reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So you're suggesting maybe why don't we ask for a plan contours the same as the other one?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting discussion, but there's no scope to...
Yes, as I say, it's almost I don't think that Mr. Binns went back and reread his submission before he decided what he might say. We'll just take that as a given.
Yeah.
But the Commissioner on my left has just suggested that it'd be helpful if you could, as you've offered to Commissioner McMahon, to give us a contour map of the Milmac property, so we can and perhaps identify how much flat land is there in terms of
down the bottom. Yeah.
In terms of the equation that you put. So if the flat land were rezoned RLZ, how many additional lots could theoretically be put there if someone were minded to push the envelope and argue the toss as a controlled activity?
Yep. I'll add that the proposal is to rezone part of this property as rural lifestyle zone down in the flats as well, off Pocock Hill Road. So
yeah. So,
but yes, I can certainly provide a map with the contours.
Any more for any more?
Yeah. You rattled off some numbers earlier, Mr. McDonnell, which I didn't quite get down. I wasn't quick enough. In terms of the point you were trying to make is that you thought the submitter could achieve the yield that they're looking for without a zone change as a discretionary activity. Did you
Correct.
say?
That's what I understand from this. We keep quite a separation from our resource consents team.
Yes.
They administer the plan, and we're working on this one. So I'm not familiar with every resource consent application, but certainly looks like from the material provided that this the subdivision is being looks to be maybe in pre-application stages, is being processed under the current operative district plan.
Yes. What's the minimum allotment size then in the rural zone for?
It's subdivision under 5 hectares is a non-complying activity.
Yes.
Over 5 hectares is a discretionary activity.
Yes.
Up to, I believe, 40 hectares is controlled.
Yes.
Possibly. I'm not haven't looked at it recently, but
Yes.
yeah.
So was your
Effectively a 5 hectare minimum.
Yes. And the total property size is 162 hectares.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Presumably, Mr. Binns will tell us that he's looking at his market and people don't want 5 hectares of sheer hillside. And
Question for Mr. Binns.
but that's a question for Mr. Binns. Any more for any more? Well, should we shift to open space and recreational zones?
Sure. So like the previous topic, I don't have any particular. I don't have a statement prepared. Apart from, I believe I point out in my supplementary planning evidence that there is some agreement over. Apologies, I'm just changing gears. I believe there's some agreement from First Gas around Rule 12 of the open space zone. Agreement over my recommendation in the open space. Yes, the activities within the gas transmission pipeline corridor. I did want to address one part of the submitter statement from Robin Smith. So on page 11, not sure if the commissioners have got her statement in front of them. Of her statement. I just wanted to make one clarification.
Just give us a tick to find that. So you're saying page 11?
Yeah, I'll just bring it up myself. Yeah, so on page 11 there's some commentary on my recommendation in relation to the submission point on the number of limiting the number of buildings on a site, and the submitter has interpreted that standard OSZ S3 that on Belmont Park and Battle Hill Farm Forest Park, only 2 buildings each each of 50 square metres are allowed. So that's not the policy intent of that standard. The policy intent is that there's no cap on the number of buildings as long as the buildings, all individual buildings, do not exceed 100 square metres. It's a drafting. It could have been. I believe OS said S3 1A could be interpreted either way, but 1 says all individual buildings on a site must not exceed 50 square metres, which correctly, I believe, reflects the policy intent. The intent is that also applies to all individual buildings and structures, but it doesn't say that. I just wanted to point that out, that I believe it could be read either way, but there's no scope to address OSZ S3 1A. Apologies, I couldn't cover it in more detail in my supplementary statement, but just with the timelines, I could only focus on the expert evidence that came through. Does that make sense to commissioners?
But
Just look at the provisions.
it's possible to interpret it two ways, but
Correct,
there is
and the
no,
submitters-
there's no submission in order to provide scope to be able to change it.
I just wanted to point it out because it appears as if the submitter has interpreted it in the more conservative way, that only the maximum extent of all buildings could be 100 metres squared,
Right.
where that's not the intent.
Right.
Mr. McDowell, do you think the policy assists with the interpretation of that rule?
Policy P2, yes. So that was basically the intent, is that those two parks are working farms, and as such, there's a need for a greater permitted threshold of buildings for rural outhouses and sheds and what have you, not to be more restrictive than the rest of the open space zone.
The reason I asked that is, notwithstanding the scope, I wondered whether this is something that would extend beyond Clause 16, Clause 16 change, with some guidance from the policy to clarify.
Yeah, I considered that. I definitely don't. I don't believe it's a change that can be made with Clause 16, because could be material. Yeah. But if you read it with OSZ P2, my interpretation certainly is that it applies to all individual buildings. But
So, could I just clarify Commissioner McMahon's questions on, is there any assistance that's provided by way of the policy that might assist somebody in reading what
Yes.
the standard says?
yes, I consider it.
There is?
OSZ P2 provides assistance.
Right.
Now, the devil's advocate might suggest that if you read the standard alongside the policy, that provides the clarity as to what the standard means. If we get that far, presumably it's a short step then to say, well, if that's the correct interpretation, saying that more clearly is not a material change. Of course, you have to get to the first stage before you can take the second stage. But what's your view as to that chain of reasoning?
I guess that chain of reasoning could be followed. I was being conservative, I guess, not trying to apply Clause 16. Where it could be interpreted differently. But I can address this in more detail and set out my thinking in the reply. I just didn't have time for the supplementary planning statement.
Oh, yeah. So the standard says all buildings must not exceed a maximum floor area of 100 square metres. So the issue is whether that is all buildings cumulatively or each building.
Correct. And the chapeau has, it specifies individual, but A does not specify individual, where it possibly should have, to make it clearer.
Yeah.
You've just done a hearing on this sort of thing, don't you? It'd become good to sort it out, wouldn't it?
Yes, the Commissioner's just reminded me I've just done a hearing in a different jurisdiction with a plan that left loose ends, that we spent all day arguing, or I listened to an argument all day as to what the end result would be, and then had to wrestle with what I thought was the correct answer, and on the basis that good idea to nail these things down when you see them, because there'll always be things you don't see until it's too late. However, thank you for pointing that out to us. Is there anything else you want to say by way of introduction, Mr. McDonnell?
No, I'm just happy to take questions from the panel.
Well, we'll start with Commissioner Williams.
I'm going to buck the trend and start from the back for this, and that is, in sense, we've been speaking about some of these standards, but I noticed in Appendix A, where you're looking at the recommended amendments, we have in P2 and R10 Te Rahui a Rakatuhi added to the list here, I understand from Porirua's city submission. I wonder if you could explain that. I actually had a lot of trouble finding it in the plan and finding out exactly where it was, and I'm just unsure how it fits in with Battle Hill and Belmont Regional Park as a district reserve, is it?
Yes, it's owned by.
Well, first of all, where is it?
It's also known as Colonial Knob, but this is the correct name for it, Te Rahui o Rangatuhi. It's the area of land behind the city where there's a walk up to the top of it. A lot of it is in bush, but there is an area of that is grazed that the City Council, right, I believe, leases.
Because I should inform you, when I feed it into the Porirua City website, it points me to a small park between the Scenic Reserve and Colonial Knob, which did not seem to fit the criteria with the rest of the regional parks. So anyway, that's probably neither here nor there, but hence my puzzlement about where it fitted in.
Yeah, I do wonder if it could be made clearer then, if it's.
Well, I think it's a piece of land on the cusp of attaining a new name, but unfortunately there's no clarification when you feed that name in of exactly where it is.
Oh, I can have a look at that. Perhaps in the an advice note or a note in the introduction could assist to identify the area to help assist the plan user.
Thank you. My next question is read your paragraph 68, which is about the submissions on Whitireia Park and the concern that open space provisions do not limit the number of buildings so long as each is less than 50 metres squared. Is this a misinterpretation of the plan, or?
It's just what we've been discussing, wasn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, so no, the plan doesn't cap the number of buildings.
No, well, it is what we were discussing, but it's also about the potential fact of 520 buildings to be built on, could be built on Radio New Zealand land. Whereas I assume that the designation would not allow for that.
No, it's all designated for Radio New Zealand use. So yeah, the submitter suggests that there could be up to 520 buildings built on the site. But I was saying, yeah, well, there's other considerations, one being that it's a designated site for radio activities, and they actively try and discourage buildings to interfere with the radio transmission. So it's unlikely to occur.
Right, it's just my question, that's right. Is it absolutely unlikely to occur, or?
Yes, very, very unlikely to occur.
Right.
Just on the question the Commissioner just asked, even if it's very unlikely because it's currently designated, should the underlying zoning nevertheless address it?
In my view, no. I believe there's enough. There's a number of layers of regulation over these parks, including the Reserves Act, and this rule has been in our operative district plan for 30 years with no issue. So, my view, a cap on building numbers is not needed.
So is the Radio New Zealand Act, land a reserve?
No, it's owned by the Crown, Radio New Zealand.
How much of Whitireia Park do they own? Just the designated bit?
Yes.
And then the rest of Whitireia Park, who owns that?
I believe it's owned by the Department of Conservation, but managed by Greater Wellington, off the top of my head. But yeah, it's managed under the Reserves Management plan.
Sorry, firstly I interrupted Commissioner Williams, then Commissioner Sinclair claimed it. You should.
I want to say go ahead because I'm looking at my questions. So perhaps.
I'd also add that there are a large number of overlays over Whitireia Peninsula that also limit built development.
And if we were to accept Ms Smith's submission, there might be even more.
Potentially.
No.
Okay, well, I might step into the breach there. In terms of your point about the potential relevance of the NPSUD to this zone, at paragraph 30, the NPSUD as amended, 30 and 31, you're saying many of these areas are predominantly urban in character. Do we need a case-by-case assessment as to which are in which category so we know the ones that the NPSUD applies to?
Yeah, yes, I'm sure that will assist the panel in its final deliberations. I'm thinking that would be clarified as part of the variation, but I could potentially do it in advance of that as part of the reply, which...
I think that the variation might speak for itself. The ones that aren't in the variation are assumed not to be urban, but I think it would be helpful if you could give us your opinion as part of the reply. So we...
I can do that.
While we're on the mapping and all that sort of issue thing. Just in relation to OSZ02, and this is the Forest and Birds submission, Radio New Zealand as well. This is about the SNAs that are within open space. How, does that work as it does for other SNAs, that SNAs are all just addressed by way of an overlay, regardless of whatever the zoning is, that applies? So the
Correct, yeah.
is that how that's how it works?
Yeah, the overlay applies.
So if that's how it works, does the underlying zoning need anything special in relation to biodiversity or SNAs specifically referenced in it?
Not specifically SNAs. I think I've covered that in my Section 42A reply on Hearing Stream 1. I do agree, and I've recommended a change to OSC 01 that does recognise that the purpose of the open space zone does include natural, ecological, but stopping short of specifying which overlays and make up that.
No, thank you.
Can I? I've got a supplementary on that,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm sort of still getting my head around the way the plan works, but is it fair to say that as a general rule, the overlays will do the heavy lifting in terms of the protection of objectives, policies and provisions for the protection of the resource in question?
Yeah, this plan looks quite different to our operative district plan, in which the zone chapters are quite self-contained and they have a bunch of rules replicated around district-wide matters and overlays. So earthworks rules are in each zone. This the approach we've taken based on the national planning standards is that there are a bunch of specified chapters for district-wide overlays, and as a result, the zones have shrunk right down from what they are in their operative district plan. So you do need to do a lot more cross-referencing under our PDP than you would in our operative district plan, where the zone will be a bit more of a one-stop shop.
Yes, but there's no attempt or desire to duplicate provisions that relate to that are in an overlay where they intersect with a special purpose zone, a zone, or a district-wide rule.
No, because that would make the plan a lot larger and unwieldy.
Yes.
The plan does have in an e-plan format does have a lot of hyperlinking, so you can navigate it a lot more quickly between chapters.
Through you, Chair, if I can just respond to that further, Commissioner McMahon, you might want to have a look at my council reply from Hearing Stream 2. Which has quite a bit of commentary on the architecture of the PDP and how it works.
That would be good. Thank you.
Mr. McDonnell, reverting back to sorry, was that it, or you at mid-flow,
No,
Commissioner?
There's a minimum of 2 questions, isn't there?
That's fine. I will take up Sweetman's suggestion of looking at her right of reply. What I was particularly interested in, though, was whether the plan seeks to have provisions that deal with non-scheduled activities or activities not covered by an overlay where, for whatever reason, they haven't been identified, so that there might be a policy provision that captures those through a resource consent process that's required for some other reason.
You might find that that's in the Ms. Sweetman's reply as well.
Okay.
Yeah, there is, and we have through these hearing streams, I guess, tried to address some of these through advice notes where appropriate. This morning was an example of, at a zone level, because it is quite complicated to the plan user where the provisions sit relating to development of Papakoinga and overlays on Hongaweka. I suggest they be mapped out as part of an advice note. But yeah, generally, for something like earthworks, would expect people to go visit the earthworks chapter.
Okay, Thank you.
Janelle, I think I know the answer to this question, but for the record, paragraph 35 of your evidence, talking about the effect of the 2021 Amendment Act, you said that any amendment to the provisions to enable in urban areas to enable greater development must be done through the IPI. Does the inverse apply? Where the maintenance of the PDP provisions, if they provide for less development in the MDRS, does that need to go through the IPI too, or through the ISPP? To conjure up another acronym.
Yeah. So, and we're talking about policy 3, which is a consideration of 6-storey buildings.
Yes.
And the MDRS. No, it's not a relevant residential zone, so not the MDRS. Yeah, apologies. So policy 3 requires us to consider if we should have enable 6-storey buildings in open space areas, which we will do, and if we do need to provide further enablement, that will be through a variation, and if not, they'll be covered in the relevant Section 32 report for that variation.
That's further enablement. What about less enablement?
If we are enabling less than what is intended through policy 3, yes, we need to substantiate that through the variation as well, more so through obviously the Section 32 evaluation report that accompanies that.
Yes, there's a set of criteria for doing a site-by-site assessment and cost-benefit, and
in a very short time frame.
Yes.
So.
Yes, I was just thinking that. The paragraph 73, you said the submitter doesn't outline the way in which they consider the OOZ as inconsistent with the regional plan. Ms. Smith's presentation now fills that gap, and she said, well, at least the one that I remember, the reason that I remember when reading her statement was that there are unlawful wastewater discharges out the back of those boathouses, and that is certainly inconsistent with the regional plan. Therefore, I think her reasoning is that if the district plan is not pulling its weight, then it is inconsistent with the regional plan. That's a paraphrase of my understanding of her reasoning, but you get the drift.
And the relief sought by the submitter is to prohibit residential activities within those boat sheds.
Correct.
Which is again there's no prohibited activities in our plan, so it's an activity status to be used with caution. My view is that a restricted discretionary consent is appropriate. If someone could satisfy the regional plan requirements and somehow overcome the lease agreement, which says you're not allowed to use those for residential activities, that the activity status is notified as appropriate. It's the fact that there are boat sheds that appear to have some of the facilities you'd expect in a residential activity as a enforcement compliance matter for Greater Wellington Regional Council, and perhaps Porirua City Council as the minister of the lease agreements. But I don't think a prohibited activity status is appropriate. They're also in reality the starting the activity status would be non-complying anyway because it's in a high coastal hazard zone.
Your recommended amendment to OSZ 01 on page 11 conservation means to me, it's a synonym of protection, don't change things, or preservation actually. Conservation or preservation, basically remain unchanged. Do you think that you want that the purpose of this zone is to conserve all of these values irrespective of their quality?
No, just thinking through that, there will be certainly natural and ecological features that you would not want to conserve, or you might actively want to remove pest species.
I'm saying that the yellow flowering gorse on a hillside makes an admirable addition to the colour of the district.
Yes.
Although I think there's more of it in Wellington than there is in Porirua.
No, I take the point. I can have a think about that wording through the reply, if conservation's the right term or not.
The discussion about functional or operational need. Can you give us an example? And I'm looking at paragraph 110.
Yes, one moment. So functional need is means, this is the definition, means the need for a proposal or activity to traverse, locate, or operate in a particular environment because the activity can only occur in that environment. So an example of that will be a marina can only operate in a marine environment. Operational need, defined by the planning standards as the need for a proposal activity to traverse, locate or operate in a particular environment because of technical, logistical or operational characteristics. Example of that might be the National linear infrastructure like the national grid that, for efficiency's sake, needs to broadly go in a straight line up the country.
Bearing in mind the overlay of the NPSET, do any parts of the national grid cross open space zone in Porirua? Yes, I know that's an impossible question, and you might need to look at the map to check.
Yeah, I can look it up pretty quickly though.
Battle Hill? Battle Hill?
Yes, so it goes through Belmont Park alongside Transmission Gully. So if you head northbound from Keneperu, the transmission lines cross through the open space zone there. And also through Lanes Flat, where the Ventia maintenance yard is for TG, there's a substation there that's in the rural lifestyle zone, but the grid goes through the open space zone there.
Well, bearing in mind the NPSET, and I've forgotten the 4 descriptions, operation and upgrading.
Develop.
Yes, something like that. Sort of, where is Ms. Whitney when we need her? Do you need to rethink that policy position, at least as regards the national grid? Because there's the specific provision, avoid where possible. Yeah, yes, operation, maintenance, upgrading and development. There's the specific provision in where is it? Seek to avoid adverse effects on O&L's areas of high natural character, areas of high recreation value and amenity in existing sensitive areas.
Yeah. I think
Policy 8.
That's what I mean, yeah. Just jog my memory. Paragraph 111, infrastructure activities regulated by the infrastructure chapter. So this policy and rule not relevant to these activities.
Well, that's a good answer.
Yep. But yeah, looking at paragraph 109, highly unlikely any of these activities would have an operational need. It appears they do, at least in that Belmont Park.
Right, Commissioner Sinclair.
No, never mind.
Commissioner McMahon.
I don't think so. No.
I just have one.
Go
Sorry,
for it.
mate. I'm just looking at 3.5 policies and Radio New Zealand seeking a criterion to be added to OZP3 and P4 about reverse sensitivity. Would something like a drone being flown in Fisherea Park interfere with Radio New Zealand's operational needs, or?
Possibly, I imagine that's regulated under the
Is it?
Civil Aviation Authority.
I see you said it was very unlikely that any activity would occur in the zone.
Yeah,
as a permitted activity.
More in terms of land use activities
Right.
that the district plan typically regulates. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Does are drones regulated at all? I know aircraft aren't, but are drones regulated under the?
Sounds like Mr. Sweetens.
He's hot to try.
From memory, yes, they are, and you have to have the permission of the landowner to fly a drone over their land.
But is that a civil aviation requirement? Yeah. Well, I think that might be it on open space zones. And we're down to the Building Research Association of New Zealand, aka Brands, to its friends.
Yeah, there's only really one matter in contention that that Brands addressed in expert evidence, and I have addressed in my statement of supplementary evidence. So that's the Brands sought a that the permitted standard for height reflects their recent consents they gained through a hearing last year to enable a 22-metre high fire laboratory testing burning cladding of buildings and a couple other buildings as well. Initially sought that as a permitted activity, which I recommended rejection, and the expert evidence now from Mr. Cope seeks a controlled activity status. I do not agree a controlled activity status is appropriate for the reasons I set out in my supplementary statement. I'll go through them quickly, seeing this is the only matter in contention. Basically, my reasons that I do not agree with this amended relief is that they do have resource consent for these buildings, and once the resource consent doesn't lapse, so if the building was to be knocked down through an earthquake or overzealous fire testing of claddings, they would have existing use rights to rebuild. Second, the resource consent went to a hearing, and there are quite extensive conditions of consent attached to it, whole range of issues that would be quite unwieldy to have to build into a controlled activity rule, and I believe they would have to be, otherwise they could not worry about the resource consents, and once the plan was operative, just use a controlled activity standard. I mean, we could put conditions of consent on if we had suitable matters of control, but I consider that's not necessary because they do have their resource consents. Third, following this approach, we should be amending all of our bulk and location standards across the plan to reflect resource consents that have been granted. So for consistency, I don't think we should be in this instance. Adds a lot of length to the plan. And finally, the submitter was concerned that the RMA system is being reviewed, and there's going to be a new act, and this act might not allow for existing use rights. It's possible, probably unlikely, but if there was, there would be a transitional period while we develop our new plan for the region, and we could reflect it then. So my recommendation remains to reject the submission point.
I don't have a question, I have a request. Can you supply us with said 12 pages of consent conditions?
Yes, I will.
Do you know anything about the consenting of the tower?
Know anything about it? I was at the hearing, I think as an observer. Don't think I had to give any evidence, but I was on hand in case there were any questions about the weighting of the PDP. So I'm more familiar with that resource consent than others.
The inference one draws from 12 pages of conditions is that it was highly contested.
Oh yeah, there were quite a few submitters who turned up. I think it was a limited notified consent, not full public notification, but yeah, all of the neighbouring landowners. Well, there were quite a few neighbouring landowners who turned up and submitted, and a lot of discussion around conditions of consent.
Commissioner Williams, anything? Commissioner McMahon?
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Coop's revised position was controlled activity well, not just for, but for the three buildings that he's listed, the fire lab, the structures building, and the one other storage building. I think it wasn't a blanket height across the entire site, was it? In his revised.
No, I interpreted the original submission point to be a blanket, but yeah, rereading it, as he pointed out, that wasn't their intention. It was limited to those buildings, which I take that point, but still you maintain your position. Yeah, correct.
Thank you for that clarification. That's all from me.
As a planning mechanism, you ever seen as a rule that's specific to a building framework within a site? I'm thinking a building, a footprint within a site.
I'm not in our plan. There's nothing specific to.
What's this?
Yeah, I'm sure there are examples around the country of bespoke rules for particular buildings. I can't think of any off the top of my head. Mr. Smeaton looks like he might be able to, or
I was just thinking potentially. I was thinking Christchurch Hospital, that sort of institutional precinct type approach may have specific provisions for buildings within certain sites, but not in our plan.
Seems like just as a planning mechanism, if spot zones are frowned upon, what about spot buildings? Which is, well, Mr. Coop can tell us about it. Commissioner Sinclair?
Right. Mr. Coop, you need to talk to.
I think that's it from us, team. Well, it would be. Well, we could proceed with the fuzz zone. I think that we might, with Ms. Sweetman having made a strategic retreat. We'll adjourn for the day and be back at 9 a.m. in the morning.